Introduction of Anthology of Magazine Verse for 1915. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Anthology of Magazine Verse for 1915 by William Stanley Braithwaite. Introduction. The Eternal Fragility of Poetry. An Analogue. The very name of April has a quiet mystery when spoken, as if at the sound of those soft and liquid letters some haunting memory begins to glow with indefinable ecstasies. The name leads one to sense a curious kind of secrecy, wherein some stirring and changing miracles are happening. It lures one into harmony with something intangibly but delightfully and poignantly strange. No month is named so appropriately. April is sound and color of the spirit and substance of earth. There is a pagan sensitiveness to grace and beauty in the naming. There is a vigorous moral courtesy in the reliance upon a name that is physically so frail. Yet it is the one month of all the year to which we apply the word eternal. It is a breath, a vision, a realization of immortality. In its constant fleetingness of moods, it symbolizes permanence. It is a spiritual flame, burning with prophecies and declarations, and its one message is life. That is why the spirit of poetry is so akin to the spirit of April. The April mood sanctifies the poet's dreams. He has come through them to realize the eternal grace that beats in the pulse of life. April typifies not so much resurrection as recurrence. The great rhythm and its discords is also a rhythm with its increasing harmonies, and it is the divine accent which April strikes that opens the vistas of an infinite and eternal conviction of life. This touch of mystery that comes creeping out of the shadow into the sunlight, transfiguring all with the motionless alchemy of breath and color and odor, evokes from poetry a similar touch of mystery that comes out of the shadows of human sorrow and pain into the joyousness of aspiration, a transfiguring power of faith, hope, and love, quickening the nature of man. That cry which Browning uttered is known all over the world. "Oh, to be in England, now that April's there!" There is something abiding in the knowledge that April makes England different from other times. Here is something that lies close to the meaning of poetry, and when Bliss Carman sings, "April over the Norland now bugles for rapture rouses pain," he calls, too, out of those deeps that lie just before the drifting silver haze, veiling meadow and hill, for a reading of the mystery that is full of the implications rooted in the human heart. Even though the larger part of mankind feels as Shakespeare voices it in the 98th sonnet, when proud pride, April, dressed in all his trim, hath put a spirit of youth in everything. The spirit of youth, in a deeper sense, becomes for the visioning soul of poetry a reaffirmation of our beliefs and ideals, which lead us through mysterious and difficult paths to the cherished perfecting of mortal conduct. Before the riotous blossoming of May, the serene intensity of April dawns and twilights prepare the sacraments, and poetry with her habiliment of dreams and visions carries the blessed bread and wine of life for the communion of supplicant humanity. Freedom of poetry as an art. Poetry has a way of being itself, despite the efforts from time to time to make it something else. A new condition comes about in the social order of things. There is either more or less satisfaction with life in the common masses of mankind. There is either more or less consideration of their rights and desires by authority and might, represented by government and wealth. But the essential meaning of life goes on from change to change in the social and economic world, with the single effect perhaps of intensifying the common and unchangeable experiences of human nature. No matter how the world changes, or the condition of man alters in keeping pace with it, poetry will be seen, if one looks at its history, as a whole and not in fragments, to antedate the spirit of change in the life of humanity. The progress of poetry has always been its prophecy. The progress of science has always been its discoveries. While science is astonishing a generation with its discoveries, poetry is already into the next unborn generation, planting the seeds of its prophecies for science to harvest. We are coming upon an era of new poetry, so we are told. In my hasty satisfaction over the appreciation of poetry by a greater number of people today than was true 10 or 15 years ago, I also have been guilty of calling this extended interest the admiration for a new art. Poetry never was old. It could never be new. It could never be set free because it was never in bondage. It is believed to be free because it expresses the feeling and moods, the aspiration and condition of the people. It is supposed to be new because it attempts to reform its appearance by repudiating tradition. 100 years ago, indeed we might go back 500 or 1,000 for examples, Shelley with one purpose in view, and Crabbe with another, voiced the people, the democracy of the masses, politically and socially, morally and industrially. And Wordsworth and Coleridge reformed the abstract appearance of poetry by revolting against tradition. The essence of poetry is in the mental and emotional image, and the vitality of the image to weather the usage of familiarity by reading generations is in the personalized spiritual force of the poet. These are what bring fire, heat, radiancy, and color into the smoldering fuel of the art. Life constantly offers new fuel, after periods of material exhaustion in the affairs of men, and poetry has always been ready as a continuous element in human nature to inflame it into prophetic messages of the future. Crabbe, Wordsworth, Shelley, and Coleridge did not create a new poetry. They created a new meaning, a new interpretation of truth. What was wholly and untraditionally new about their poetry was the magic by which their evocations of beauty gave substance to the abstract forms of truth in the vaporous regions of their souls. And you will find that only these two elements count, and that the subject does not matter, nor the mere condition or aspect of existence, through which life may be represented in substance and reproduced in texture. To repeat, the life of the people, or the life of the aristocracy, the life that is vulgar and oppressed, that is criminal or ignorant, as well as the life that idealizes virtue and morality, that is cultivated and noble, life that is past in antiquity and history, as well as the life we experience in our rapidly changing modern world, have all an equal chance to be made vivid and real, vital and actually manifest by the eternal embodiments of truth and beauty. With the new interest in poetry, there is a growing controversial feeling, chiefly among the poets themselves and their critics, about the kinds of poetry. It is forgotten that kinds of poetry can only mean one thing, that is, the particular forms in which poets are best able to succeed in revealing moods and conveying ideas. It has everything to do with expression and nothing whatever with substance. If, therefore, a poet is attracted to the idealism of Greek and Roman myths, and uses the symbols of their characters with their passions and language, instead of a direct utterance of the language of modern democracy, he may be given every credit for poetical perfection. He will be said by the passionate lovers of modernity to have truth and beauty in his work, but no pulse of life. It must be understood that the pulse of life beats in poetry not from the theme, but through the abstract realities of the poet's soul, breathing into the theme the inexplicable sentiency of being. The American substance. There is a peculiar weakness in most American writers when they speak of our poets. Often these writers are poets themselves. They seem to lack both independence and judgment. They belittle their own efforts by their injustices to their contemporaries. They contradict their own opinions, and confuse a public that is really trying to come to an understanding and appreciation of the best work our poets are doing. Miss Zoe Ekins, writing a series of articles this year under the title The Shadow of Parnassus, a critical anthology of contemporary American verse, makes the statement that we have no great or first-class poet in America today. Yet, in commenting upon the work of Witter Brenner and Amy Lowell, she characterizes the former's poem, The Cardinal's Garden, Villa Albani, as being as great as anything Browning achieved in any of his dramatic monologues. And Miss Lowell's poem, The Castle, she calls the most notable piece of narrative verse by any living poet. Certainly she would not deny that Browning is a great poet. And if Mr. Benner, according to her opinion, has done something equal to what only greatness can achieve, he must be a great poet too. But of course, being an American, the term has not the same meaning, as no American poet can be great. A different case, but a common one, and with less excuse, is the letter Mr. Conrad Aiken published in the New York Times Review of Books earlier in the year, in which he charged me with persistently and sometimes extravagantly overpraising the works of American poets. He at the same time commented on the achievements of the younger English poets, comparing the American poets to them, much to the latter's disadvantage. Now Mr. Aiken, as well as Miss Atkins, are American poets, and it is an unseemly manner they pursue, going about seeking their own self-effacement. In spite of this attitude, we have poets of the first rank, and perhaps for the first time poets, not a poet, whose Americanism has helped them to their high positions. The two great successes of the year, up to the writing of these paragraphs, have been the American poets Frost and Masters. Both are typically American, though one has an Eastern and the other a Western background. And I venture to predict that two other American poets with an indigenous American note will have impressed the public tremendously before another year. These poets are Lincoln Colcord and John G. Neihardt. Mr. Colcord has written, in my opinion, in his Vision of War, and looked at from more points of view than one, the most important book of the year, whether in prose or verse. Mr. Neihardt achieves in his remarkable narrative, The Song of Hugh Glass, an American theme which shows the possibilities of adventurous pioneer days in the West as a subject for poetry, if the poet has the power of form and imagination in the highest degree. This is a significant note in the development of the year's poetry, that America is yielding itself in unsuspected ways to the vision and imagination of her poets. The variety of the year's volume cannot help but convince the observer that American poetry is marching steadily forward. The exquisite singing quality of Sarah Teasdale in Rivers to the Sea, the democratic idealism of Witter Bynner in The New World, the emotional imagery of John Gould Fletcher in Irradiations, the intellectual beauty of Benjamin R.C. Lowe's The House That Was, the imaginative culture and spirit of Thomas Walsh in The Pilgrim Kings, the spiritual transfiguration of common experiences by Dana Burnett in Poems, and the delightful spontaneous humor of Arthur Guiterman in The Laughing Muse, are a few examples from many of the year's best accomplishment. The selections in this anthology also testify to the continued progress of the art in the magazines. Here are the older and established names represented by some of the best work they have done in recent years. Poets like Edwin Arlington Robinson, Amelia Josephine Burr, Josephine Preston Peabody, Amy Lowell, Vachel Lindsay, Brian Hooker, Louis Untermeyer, Olive Tilford Dargan, Robert Underwood Johnson, Florence Earle Coates, Wendell Phillips Stafford, Corrine Roosevelt Robinson, Witter Bynner, Ridgely Torrance, and George Edward Woodbury. While the new discoveries of beautiful poems such as The Rare and Perfect, Peter Quince at the Clavier, by Wallace Stevens, the tender and appealing Heritage by Teresa V. Beard, the haunting lines of The Adventurer by Odell Shepard, the quiet spiritual glow of The Courtyard Pigeons by Caroline Giltinan, the firm meditative mood of Pax Beata by Mary Rachel Norris, the elegiac beauty of To Persephone Returning by Edith Willis Lynn, the exquisite melody of Song by Ruth Guthrie Harding, the delicate and attractive fancies of Needle Travel by Margaret French Patton, and the incomparable artifice of The New Platonus by Cuthbert Wright, present to us new names that have added gloriously to our choir. The year has returned with fervor to lyrical expression. There were considerably fewer long poems than last year, and amongst those that I have included, the splendid modern story of Gayheart, A Story of Defeat by Dana Burnett, is unquestionably one of the best. I want to reaffirm my statement of 2 years ago concerning the sonnets of Mahlon Leonard Fisher. He is one of the very best sonnet writers in the entire history of American poetry, and the two here included, July and If One Should Come, are as good as any he has written. We are still looking forward to a volume by this poet which will definitely assert his place in the public mind. Another poet who has not yet published a volume, but whose work in the magazines of late shows her possessed of extraordinary visual and imaginative powers, is Ruth Comfort Mitchell. I believe that her work was definitely introduced to an appreciative public through the remarkable poem called The Sin Eater, which I included in the Anthology for 1918. She is destined to go very far, for there is an original quality in her work that has all the marks of genius. A notable fact about the interest in poetry during the year is the increase of critical writing about contemporary poets and poetry. There is considerably more space given to the reviews of new books of verse, and writers like Louis Untermeyer in the Chicago Evening Post and Eunice Dietjens in the Los Angeles Graphic have produced criticism of a brilliant and permanent character. On the other hand, I was surprised to learn that during the year a periodical like The Outlook gave practically no heed to the new volumes of poetry, publishing just one review through the entire 12 months, which dealt with 4 books of verse, one more than a year and a half old, and the other 3 over 6 months old. This is neither creditable nor inspiring from such a publication. The poet most written about during the year was Emile Verhaeren, the Belgian writer. This was, of course, due to the war, and deplorable as the circumstances may be, American readers were benefited by acquaintance with the splendid style and vigor of this writer. Another poet, more written about than any others in this country, with the possible exception of Frost and Masters, was Rupert Brooke. Here again the war, this time more sadly, brought immortality to a name existing in comparative obscurity. But the death of Rupert Brooke was a sort of climax to his art. The experience of war brought out the best that was in him as a poet. There has been a great deal of sentimental and undiscriminating praise of Brooke. The best thing that has been written about him is Joyce Kilmer's judicious and correct estimate in the New York Times. Verhaeren, Brooke, Frost, and Masters have been largely the poetic topics of the year, around which has raged an animated discussion, pro and con, about the images inspired by Some Imagist Poets, an anthology published early in the spring. The conjunction of the Imagists. Of the movement to which Amy Lowell, John Gould Fletcher, Richard Aldington, H.D., F.S. Flint, D.H. Lawrence, and many other poets both in England and America are identified, there is a great deal to be said, and a great deal has been said in their favor by English, French, and Russian reviews of the highest standing. After all, a name is only a convenient handle by which we carry the identification of things. You cannot isolate a force or degree of quality of feeling, because the shape and material of language is custom-made rather than ready-made. All poetry comes out of feeling. The degree to which feeling is personalized in images determines not the logic of form, but the measure of emotion and imagination which gets into the substance. It is on this basis that the poetry of Amy Lowell, John Gould Fletcher, F.S. Flint, and Richard Aldington must be judged. They believe that what they feel, experiencing life and observing nature, concerning the mystery and wonder of things, can be better reproduced for communication if certain artificial, misleading, and useless impediments of language are eliminated. This is not to say that there must not be any decoration, any more than to say that in abandoning, for the purpose, the rhythm of meters, rhythm cannot find any other laws of control. All really great poets have broken the traditional regularities of forms handed on to them by their predecessors. They found their genius could not achieve within the restrictions, and instead of adding to the mediocrity of the art, imposed technical obligations upon themselves which only the most rigorous and persistent labors could accomplish. This, it seems to me, is what the Imagists are doing. It is what Chaucer, Shakespeare, Coleridge, Blake, Poe, and Henley have done. And it is precisely the imagistic principle in the work of these poets I have just named which gives them a preeminent position in the art of English poetry. Whether the poetry of this modern Imagist group is great poetry is a matter with which we ought to have little concern at present. That it is good poetry can easily be proved. To prove it is all a matter of being able to demonstrate the difference between what is verse and what is poetry in their primary significance. All art is artifice, Arthur Symons once declared, and the scope of poetry is neither enlarged nor restricted by the range of subjects with which it deals. It depends entirely upon the force of symbols and words, reproducing upon the mind an impression corresponding in exactitude to the gradations of a state of being in objects or experience, and thereby presenting a reality. This is what Poe accomplished, whose telescopic imagination observed but a small space of the starry emotions of humanity. So if the Imagists in their poems show a vibratory sensitiveness to natural realities, and actually bring to us sensations of heat and light, of windy beaches, meadows, city streets, and leaves, it must be the result of an active imagination stimulated by the only force upon which it is dependent and interrelated, the emotional. But to say that the Imagists are only concerned in their poetry with natural objects is to disregard the human relations that are woven in the essential spirit of this external world. Writing in vers libre does not constitute the whole purpose of the Imagist poets. In fact, they have employed both regular rhythms and rhymes in their work. Whether employing the medium of vers libre or metre, they have shown, especially in a certain intensifying quality of mood, the first note of pure romanticism in English poetry of the last decade. The final test of poetry is its magic. It is not the feeling of contemplative anxiety aroused by the philosophic or moral imagination that gives to poetry its highest value as an art, but the agitated wonder awakened in the spirit of the reader by the sudden evocation of magic. This is the haunting quality of poetry, a thing that has no web of reasoning, and whose elements are so unaccountably mixed that no man has yet learned its secret. And in this poetry, as often as it is to be found in other verse of equal quality, there speaks that alluring voice whose secret is in the eternal and pure wizardry of Keats. Charmed magic casements opening on the foam of perilous seas, in fairy lands forlorn. W.S.B. Feast of St. Francis of Assisi, 1915, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Acknowledgments. The existence of this volume, and the others in the series, those already published and the issues promised for the future, is due to the cooperative spirit of the poets, the editors and proprietors of the magazines, and the publishers working with me for the advancement and glory of American poetry. However large a success and circulation these volumes may attain, I wish the work to be regarded as an introduction to a large and variegated field of beauty to which it serves as the gateway. Enticed to the gateway by the examples I have gathered from the untrodden fields within, it is my desire and purpose, for which I have worked, that readers should enter in concourse and explore these rich fields for themselves. My labors have not been perfect, but they have been heavy, faithful, and enduring, and I hope not in vain. To the American poets, to the editors and proprietors of the magazines, in the summary, and from whose pages poems were selected for inclusion in the Anthology, and to the publishers for permission to use poems which have, or shortly are, to appear in volumes by the poets chosen from the magazines, I wish to offer my hearty thanks for their courteous and willing help. One exception must be noted, to answer a question, and reaffirm my impartiality, that has been often asked me by poets, critics, librarians, and correspondents. That is, why I do not include the Atlantic Monthly in my summary of the magazines. The reason is that the editor, Mr. Ellery Sidgwick, after many requests, has persistently refused to supply, as all the other editors do, copies of the magazine for the purpose. He was urged to this, he claimed, in reducing his complimentary list, yet I know of complimentary copies going to men who are dead. I merely state this in answer to the numerous inquiries I have received, and to maintain my position of strict impartiality which I have endeavored to make a virtue in this work. To treat poetry with the seriousness that I have attempted in this work, not only in the Anthology, but in the yearbook features, is an innovation that some publishers do not regard with consideration and take full advantage of. With few exceptions, the assistance has not been voluntary, as their habit is with other kinds of literature, and I have found difficulties in making my records and reviews as complete as I would like, and as it is important to make them. From individuals as well as publishers, I would like to receive during the year all information about books of poems, books about poets and poetry, and the volumes upon publication. These must be sent direct to my address, 27 Ellsworth Avenue, Cambridge, Massachusetts. To the following publishers I am indebted for permission to use selections chosen from the magazines, and which they are issuing in book form for the poets. The Macmillan Company, Sunset Balconies in the Pilgrim Kings, Greco and Goya and Other Poems of Spain, by Thomas Walsh. Joy, the Cloud, Testament, and the Answer in Rivers to the Sea, by Sarah Teasdale. Hannah Armstrong and Washington McNeely in Spoon River Anthology, by Edgar Lee Masters. Mitchell Kennerly, La Gitana in Processionals, by John Curtis Underwood. Prayer for Peace in Prayer for Peace and Other Poems, by William Samuel Johnson. Passages from a Poem, The New World, in The New World, by Witter Benner. Upton Mifflin Company, Sea Iris, by H.D. in Some Images Poets, an Anthology. The Bombardment, by Amy Lowell in Some Images Poets, an Anthology. The Barbary Bush in Afternoons of April, by Grace Hazard Conkling. Harper and Brothers, Gay Heart, A Story of Defeat, in Poems, by Dana Burnett. Yale University Press, The Maker of Images, in Poems, by Brian Hooker. Henry Holt and Company, The Death of the Hired Man in North of Boston, by Robert Frost. John Lane Company, For the Dedication of a Toy Theatre in the House That Was, by Benjamin R.C. Lowe. The John C. Winston Company, A Cyprian Woman, Greek Folk Song, and God and the Strong Ones, in the Factories and Other Poems, by Margaret Whittemer. Sherman French and Company, A Statue in a Garden in the Sharing, by Agnes Lee. End of introduction.
Invocation by Wendell Phillips Stafford. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Bear. O thou whose equal purpose runs in drops of rain or streams of suns, and with a soft compulsion rolls the green earth on her snowy poles, O thou who keepest in thy ken the times of flowers, the dooms of men, stretch out a mighty wing above, be tender to the land we love. If all the huddlers from the storm have found her hearthstone wide and warm, if she has made men free and glad, sharing with all the good she had, if she has blown the very dust from her bright balance to be just, O spread a mighty wing above, be tender to the land we love. When in the dark eternal tower the star clock strikes her trial hour, and for her help no more avail her sea blue shield, her mountain mail, but sweeping ride from gulf to lakes, the battle on her forehead breaks, throw thou a thunderous wing above, be lightning for the land we love. Atlantic Monthly, Wendell Phillips Stafford. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Cradle Song by Josephine Preston Peabody. Read for LibriVox.org by Cassie Davidson. Lord Gabriel, wilt thou not rejoice when at last a little boy's cheek lies heavy as a rose and his eyelids close? Gabriel, when that hush may be, this sweet hand all heedfully I'll undo, for thee alone, from his mother's own. Then the far blue highways paven with the burning stars of heaven, he shall gladden with the sweet hasting of his feet, feet so brightly bare and cool leaping as from pool to pool, from a little laughing boy, splashing rainbow joy. Gabriel, wilt thou understand how to keep his hovering hand, never shut as in a bond from the bright beyond? Nay, but though it cling and close tightly as a climbing rose, clasp it only so aright, lest his heart take fright. Dormy, dormy too, the dusk is hung with blue. Lord Michael, wilt not thou rejoice, when at last a little boy's heart, a shut-in murmuring bee, turns him unto thee? Wilt thou heed thine armor well, to take his hand from Gabriel, so his radiant cup of dream may not spill a gleam? He will take thy heart in thrall, telling o'er thy breastplate all colors, in his bubbling speech, with his hand to each. Dormy, dormy too, sapphire is the blue, pearl and beryl they are called, chrysoprase and emerald, sard and amethyst, numbered so and kissed. Ah, but find some angel word for thy sharp subduing sword. Yea, Lord Michael, make no doubt he will find it out. Dormy, dormy too, his eyes will look at you. Last a little morning space, lead him to that leafy place where Our Lady sits awake, for all mothers' sake. Bosomed with the Blessed One, he shall mind her of her Son, once so folded from all harms in her shrining arms, in her veil of blue, dormy, dormy too. So, and fare thee well, softly, Gabriel. When the first faint red shall come, bid the day-star lead him home. For the bright world's sake, to my heart awake. Scribner's Magazine by Josephine Preston Peabody. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Haunting Face by Robert Underwood Johnson. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Cavata. On the portrait of a child lost in the Lusitania. Dear boy of the seraphic face, with brow of power and mouth of grace, and deep round eyes set far apart, so that the mind should match the heart. Not Raphael's leaning cherub had more beauty than this winsome lad, nor Andrea's little John more joy than dimpled in this darling boy. What mother could so happy be as not to covet such as he? What childless passer could forego the smiling of that Cupid's bow? Here promise spoke in every curve, the wit to see, the heart to serve. In fine proportions here did reign an open nature sweet and sane. What wonder fancy vied with hope to read his radiant horoscope, and find within his future deed the rescue of some mighty need. A patriot to save the state, a bard to take the sting from fate, a prophet men should know not of, to live the fainting world of love. Mourn those, and mourn not with despair, who find life's last adventure fair. But let your treasured tears be spilled for noble presage unfulfilled. Mine fall unbidden as I look here upon youth's unfinished book. And with the loss my heart is torn, as heaven had withdrawn the morn. Ah, could I know why over me his spirit has such potency, then might I know how love began and stays the mystery of man. Child of the future, beauty's flower, this gentle image should have power, the conscience of a realm to ring and haunt the pillow of a king. New York Evening Post, Robert Underwood Johnson. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Bacchante to Her Babe by Eunice Teachins. Read for LibriVox.org by Cassie Davidson. Scherzo. Come, sprite, and dance. The sun is up. The wind runs laughing down the sky that brims with morning like a cup. Sprite, we must race him. We must chase him, you and I, and skim across the fuzzy heather, you and Joy and I together, whirling by. You merry little roll of fat, made warm to kiss and smooth to pat, and round to toy with like a cub, to put one's nozzle in and rub, and breathe you in like breath of kine, like juice of vine that sets my morning heart a-tingling, dancing, jingling, all the glad abandon mingling of wind and wine. Sprite, you are love, and you are joy, a happiness, a dream, a toy, a god to laugh with, love to chaff with, the sun come down in tangled gold, the moon to kiss and spring to hold. There was a time once, long ago, long, oh, long since, I scarcely know, almost I had forgot. There was a time when you were not, you merry sprite, save as a strain, the strange dull pain of green buds swelling, in warm, straight dwelling that must burst to the April rain. A little heavy I was then, and dull, and glad to rest, and when the travail came, in searing flame, but, sprite, that was so long ago, a century I scarcely know, almost I had forgot when you were not. So, little sprite, come dance with me. The sun is up, the wind is free. Come now and trip it, romp and skip it. Earth is young and so are we. Sprite, you and I will dance together on the heather, glad with all the procreant earth, with all the fruitage of the trees and golden pollen on the breeze, with plants that bring the grain to birth, with beast and bird, feathered and furred, with youth and hope and life and love and joy thereof, while we are part of all, we two, for my glad burgeoning in you. So, merry little roll of fat, made warm to kiss and smooth to pat, and round to toy with like a cub, to put one's nozzle in and rub, my God to laugh with, love to chaff with, come and dance beneath the sky, you and I. Look out with those round wondering eyes, and squirm and gurgle and grow wise. Poetry, a Magazine of Verse, by Eunice Deachens. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Music Maker's Child by Miriam Allen Dayford. Read for LibriVox.org by Claire. A maiden waiting for a man to take her, then for the love of his blue eyes, she wandered after Weir the music maker. I know the burden of the tide, I catch the cry and moan of every breaker. I read the secrets of the sands, I, the child of Weir the music maker. In the white hush before the storm, I hear a heavy calling from the ocean, the souls of men who drowned at sea, aweary of its restless flowing motion. I am choked with sand, says Jan the fisher, a pearl in each hand, says Jan the fisher. One for the earth my grave to be, one for the priest will pray for me. And Michael of the wild rocks, his bright beard streaming, give me Christian burial and a stone above my head, for I've a wife, says he, and my babe is on her knee, and she had naught to weep on but a memory of the dead. Old Fergus lies sleeping and calls in his sleep, his white hair all matted with weeds of the sea. I have Sean and Colum who watch for me, shall my 2 sons not call me from out the deep? And the soul of Peter Day, that younger young lad, whose quick warm heart was all the wealth he had. O dear Lord God, he prays, there on the shore was a girl used to walk who'll never walk there more. It's in church and holy ground that Janet lies, for my grave next hers I will give up paradise. Lord God has heeded Peter Day, he has thrown his body on the white sand stretches, and they have laid him by a grave that's 2 years overgrown with docks and vetches. Is it not strange, they say in Culm, that he alone came in upon the breaker? I smile my wise smile to myself, I, the child of Weir, the music maker. Poetry, a Magazine of Verse, by Miriam Allen Dayford. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Imagination by Dorothea Lawrence Mann. Read for LibriVox.org by Amanda Goins. O beauteous boy a dream, what visions, sought of pictures magical, thy eyes unfold, what triumphs of celestial wonders wrought, what marvels from a breath of beauty rolled, skyward and seaward on the clouds are scrolled a mystic imagery of castled thought, 1,000 worlds to lose or win and mold. A radiant iridescence swiftly caught of ever-changing glory, fancy fraught. Blue wonder of the sea and luminous sky, 1,000 wonders in thy dreamlit face. Eyes that beheld afar the turrets high of Ilium and the transient mortal grace of Deirdre's sadness. All the conquering race of Athens, eyes that saw Eden's beauty lie in passionate adoration. Visions trace across the tender brooding of the sigh that wrecked a city and made chieftains die. Forward, not backward, turns the mystic shine of those far-seeing orbs that track the gleam. The fleecy marvel of the cloud is line on line, the wizard tracery of a dream. O lad, who buildest not of things that seem, beyond what bounds of visioning divine came that far smile? From what long straight sunbeam cut thou the radiance? From what fostering vine the power to build and mold the deep design? Knowest thou the secret that thy brush would tell? Is all the dream a bubbled splendor white? Beyond those castles cloud-bound, does there dwell the eternal silence of dark or light? Will thy hand hold the pen which shall indict the symboled mystery, write the final knell of rainbow fancy? Is the distant sight a nothingness encircled by the spell of gleaming bubbles, wrought of beauty's shell? In vain to question where the mystery of youth's short golden dream is lord and king. The eyes that farthest gaze in ecstasy were never meant to paint the immortal thing. They see nor understand the joy they bring, the misty baubles of the sky and sea. Sail on, dream still, bright visioned boy, and fling the glittering mantle of thy thoughts that flee, weaving us evermore thy shining pageantry. The Poetry Journal, Dorothea Lawrence Mann. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Heritage by Teresa Virginia Beard. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Cavata. Sleep, sleep, my baby, sleep. Thou art fairer than the lilies that grow beside the pool. As dew upon the lilies on my breast, thy lips are cool. Thy breath hath caught the fragrance of the winds that love to stir beneath the budding branches of my bed of lavender. Like the nectarines that ripened upon the southern wall, thy rosy cheeks, how sweet they are, how softly round and small. And thine eyes are like the flower whose name I do not know, that in the shady corner of my garden used to grow. Sleep, sleep, my baby, sleep. Oh, they broke into my garden, they brought no holy priest. No sacrament they offered me, they made no marriage feast. Yet the wedding guest of Cana beside me must have been, or whence this living water in the red wine cup of sin. I have eaten the wild honey stored by the wandering bees, have crushed my fallen roses and breathed the tar from the leaves, found a shade tree in the desert, and in the midnight hills have drunk reviving liquor from life's old forbidden stills. Sleep, sleep, my baby, sleep. For they drove me from my garden, an exile past recall. A goodly heritage I found beyond that garden wall. Heir of an ancient line am I, as old as history. The exiles of the ages leave their legacies to me. Mine is the alabaster box whose costly spikenard poured upon the weary feet of him whom Mary owned her Lord. Its treasured secrets are mine own, its mystic seal I keep. I break it, empty it in song to hush a child to sleep. Sleep, sleep, my baby, sleep. Here is the seed Eve took with her when weeping she was sent from the garden of the rivers in endless banishment. This stain upon the cover is a sign upon it laid by an unremembered woman, the far mysterious maid of the country east of Eden. Cain's dark kiss upon her fell, and this vial once was Hagar's, filled with the tears of Ishmael. Here is a song of Bathsheba's, the lowly Hittite's bride. She sang it to King David's son, the nameless one who died. Sleep, sleep, my baby, sleep. These are the words the Master spake, memorial of her, the wasteful one of Magdala who spilled her precious myrrh. Here are withered berries perfumed with the passion flower's breath, and saving drops distilled from the poison plants of death. Ah, at last, thou art sleeping, thy mother too would rest. And should neither of us waken, it may be it were best. Thou art fairer than the lilies, thine eyes have caught the blue of the little wind-blown flower that in my garden grew. The Bellman, Teresa Virginia Beard. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Spring Symphony by Amelia Josephine Burr. Read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn Seyfarth, May 2023. A Spring Symphony, Allegro con moto. The touch of the springtime has broken the ice of the pond. It laughs and it sighs. The trees of the bank and the clouds that go sailing beyond see themselves in its eyes. A shimmer of topaz by day and a silver by night, it trembles for joy at the touch of the wind and the light. Birds dip their wings there and ripples to melody start. Is it the springtime or you whose imperious wand has broken the ice of my heart? Andante appassionato. Through the dark you sought and found me. There is no word for us to speak. Only your arms that close around me. Only your cheek against my cheek. Slowly toward each other turning. Sure as the skies turn, look, there slips a star from heaven, and now 'tis burning. Here, love, upon our lips. Scherzo, finale presto. Love me for a lifetime, love me for a day. Little do I care. Light across the meadows, laughing comes the May. Spring is in the air. Little lambs like daisies dot the fields with white. The silliest sheep that grazes feels the world's delight. We are two white butterflies on the wind astray, flying, who knows where. Skies are blue above us, earth is green below. Golden is the sun, golden are the cowslips where in merry flow little rivers run. Golden as the beating of wild wings agleam, golden as our meeting, golden as our dream. Wild lover, child lover, kiss me now and go, ere the dream is done. The Bellman, Amelia Josephine Burr. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Peter Quince at the Clavier by Wallace Stevens. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Just as my fingers on these keys make music, so the self-same sounds on my spirit make a music too. Music is feeling then, not sound. And thus it is that what I feel here in this room, desiring you, thinking of your blue-shadowed silk, is music. It is like the strain waked in the elders by Susanna. Of a green evening, clear and warm, she bathed in her still garden, while the red-eyed elders watching felt the basses of their beings throb in witching chords, and their thin blood pulse pizzicati of Hosanna. In the green water, clear and warm, Susanna lay. She searched the touch of springs, and found concealed imaginings. She sighed for so much melody. Upon the bank she stood, in the cool of spent emotions. She felt among the leaves the dew of old devotions. She walked upon the grass, still quavering. The winds were like her maids on timid feet, fetching her woven scarves, yet wavering. A breath upon her hand muted the night. She turned, a cymbal crashed, and roaring horns. Soon, with a noise like tambourines, came her attendant Byzantines. They wondered why Susanna cried against the elders by her side. And as they whispered, the refrain was like a willow swept by rain. Anon their lamps' uplifted flame revealed Susanna and her shame. And then the simpering Byzantines fled with a noise like tambourines. Beauty is momentary in the mind, the fitful tracing of a portal, but in the flesh it is immortal. The body dies, the body's beauty lives, so evenings die, in their green going, a wave interminably flowing. So gardens die, their meek breath scenting the cowl of winter done repenting. So maidens die to the auroral celebration of a maiden's choral. Susanna's music touched the bawdy strings of those white elders, but, escaping, left only death's ironic scraping. Now in its immortality it plays on the clear viol of her memory, and makes a constant sacrament of praise. Others, a magazine of the new verse. Wallace Stevens. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Joy by Sarah Teasdale. Read for LibriVox.org by Michael McTaggart, Seattle, Washington. I am wild. I will sing to the trees. I will sing to the stars in the sky. I love. I am loved. He is mine. Now, at last, I can die. I am sandaled with wind and with flame. I have heart fire and singing to give. I can travel on the grass or the stars. Now, at last, I can live. From Reedy's Mirror, Sarah Teasdale. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ballad of Amaryllis in the Shade by Richard Le Gallienne. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Were it not better done, the time being spring, grim poet, the iron of whose Cromwellian lyre is sistered with so soft a lyric string, to cast dry wisdom crackling on the fire, to follow the green pathways of desire where April flutters like a flying maid, though others to the topmost stars aspire, to sport with Amaryllis in the shade. To rule wouldst thou, to be the sorry king of this poor kingdom of the fool and liar we call the world, or a still stranger thing wouldst swink and sweat and house thee in the mire, and sell thy strong soul for a captive's hire, while tyrants eat and hear sweet music played. Were it not better done, what need inquire, to sport with Amaryllis in the shade? While all is still new blossom and young wing, and life's a flame still mounting higher and higher, while still youth's gold is thine to flaunt and fling, heed not dim counsels of some shrivelled sire. Spake he but sooth upon the funeral pyre. One dream shall linger as his ashes fade, of love's plumed feet aflame through brake and briar, to sport with Amaryllis in the shade. Envoy, my prince, what better dream should man require to close his eyes? And I have heard it said that death's a garden where we but retire, to sport with Amaryllis in the shade. From Puck, by Richard Le Gallienne. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sunset Balconies by Thomas Walsh. Read for LibriVox.org by Vanessa Fernandez. Sunset Balconies. For me, no winter twilight falls, but brings a dream of gold, since well I know their dear white walls are gleaming as of old. I know that down arcaded square and narrow street they still are there, Dolores, Biller, Mercedes, reclining in the balconies, Mercedes who believes the name of her sweet patroness renowned as Queen of Mercies, shrined in flame, at Barcelona crowned, and Pillar, little face of rose, whose virgin on the pillar glows. At Saragossa, there they rest, their dark eyes golden with the west. Though the 7 swords of silver press in high Granada's shrine, her velvet-mantled patroness of mother grief divine, Dolores only smiles to scan the sunset on her spangled fan, whose sparkle lights again the grace that memory treasures of her face. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
La Gitana by John Curtis Underwood. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. None of the girls of Ronda have feet as fine as mine, that glimmer and glance through the whirl of the dance as fireflies blaze and shine. Seen in some shadowy rambler outside of a gay cafe, none of the girls in Ronda can dance down death my way. Carmen and fat Conchita can sell themselves for shoes, black as their souls with the heels of red, such as the Cubans use. They can sell themselves for their stockings, their spider webs of silk, and their feet like their brows are brazen, but mine are white as milk. For mine was a northern mother, my gypsy father found in a brothel in Biscaya, and love in drink he drowned. So I grew up in the gutter, slinking and wild to be, alone, alive in the open, sunlit and flushed and free, naked in running rivers. So I must dance today, where the eyes of the men are upon my face and flesh like beasts of prey. And the tongues of the tawdry women, they tear my life apart, and they smear my name with their women's shame, as their teeth would tear my heart, as they rip the flesh away from my face, and the bodice from my breasts, and the wave of life is around me, I am lifted on its crests. I am lifted high on its surges, and the light it lends my eyes is the strength of moon and sunrise, and the splendour of the skies. I am caged in their snarling city, but between its shadowy bars I see the loom of tomorrow and the altar lights of stars. Savage, violent, virgin, like a trainer in their cage, they snarl at my looks like lashes, these women marred with age, these men that my mind have mastered. And I rule their restless lives with my feet that flicker through shadows like the bickering lights of knives. I dance and they bow before me. Barefoot I turn, I tread on the throbbing hearts of the living and the ashes of the dead. I dance till I stop where he stands apart, till I hold his love and hate, master and man and the bravest heart, sultan and slave and mate. The Forum, John Curtis Underwood. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Patterns by Amy Lowell. Read by Carrie Cavata for LibriVox.org. I walk down the garden paths, and all the daffodils are blowing, and the bright blue squills. I walk down the patterned garden paths in my stiff brocaded gown, with my powdered hair and jeweled fan. I, too, am a rare pattern as I wander down the garden paths. My dress is richly figured, and the train makes a pink and silver stain on the gravel and the thrift of the borders. Just a plate of current fashion tripping by in a high-heeled ribboned shoes. Not a softness anywhere about me, only a whalebone and brocade, and I sink on a seat in the shade of a lime tree. For my passion wars against the stiff brocade. The daffodils and squills flutter in the breeze as they please, and I weep. For the lime tree is in blossom, and one small flower has dropped upon my bosom. And the splashing of water drops in the marble fountain comes down the garden paths. The dripping never stops. Underneath my stiffened gown is the softness of a woman bathing in a marble basin, a basin in the midst of hedges grown so thick she cannot see her lover hiding, but she guesses he is near, and the sliding of the water seems the stroking of a dear hand upon her. What is summer in a fine brocaded gown? I should like to see it lying in a heap upon the ground, all the pink and silver crumpled up on the ground. I would be the pink and silver as I ran along the paths, and he would stumble after, bewildered by my laugh. I should see the sun flashing from his sword hilt in the buckles of his shoes. I would choose to lead him in a maze along the patterned paths, a bright and laughing maze for my heavy-booted lover, till he caught me in the shade, and the buttons of his waistcoat bruised my body as he clasped me, aching, melting, unafraid, with the shadows of the leaves and the sun-drops and the plopping of the water-drops all about us in the open afternoon. I am very like to swoon with the weight of this brocade, for the sun sifts through the shade. Underneath the fallen blossom in my bosom is a letter I have hid. It was brought to me this morning by a rider from the Duke. Madam, we regret to inform you that Lord Hartwell died in action Thursday se'night. As I read it in the white morning sunlight, the letters squirmed like snakes. Any answer, madam? Said my footman. No. I told him. See that the messenger takes some refreshment. No. No answer. And I walked into the garden, up and down the patterned paths in my stiff, correct brocade. The blue and yellow flowers stood up proudly in the sun, each one. I stood upright too, held rigid to the pattern by the stiffness of my gown. Up and down I walked, up and down. In a month he would have been my husband. In a month, here, underneath this lime, we would have broken the pattern. He for me, and I for him. He is colonel, I as lady. On this shady seat he had a whim that sunlight carried blessing, and I answered, "It shall be as you have said." Now he is dead. In summer and in winter I shall walk up and down the patterned garden paths in my stiff brocaded gown. The squills and daffodils will give place to pillared roses and to asters and to snow. I shall go up and down in my gown, gorgeously arrayed, boned and stayed, and the softness of my body will be guarded from embrace by each button, hook, and lace. For the man who should lose me is dead, fighting with the Duke in Flanders in a pattern called war. Christ, what are patterns for? The Little Review, Amy Lowell. This recording is in the public domain.
Ulysses in Ithaca by Amelia Josephine Burr. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Ithaca, Ithaca, the land of my desire. I'm home again in Ithaca, beside my own hearth fire. Sweet patient eyes have welcomed me, all tenderness and truth, wherein I see kept sacredly the visions of our youth. Yet sometimes, even as I hear the calm, deep breathing of Penelope at rest, beside me cravingly my empty palm curves to the memory of Calypso's breast. Ah, wild immortal mistress, with a smile, you crowned my passion as a goddess can. I would not, if I might, regain your isle, nor would I lose remembrance, being man. Ithaca, Ithaca, the wind among the trees, the peasant singing at his toil, the murmuring of bees, the minstrel plucking at the harp when cups are on the board, the measure of the martial dance, the rhythmic shield and sword. But oh, the sword song broken in the beat, the sword song that I heard by Simois, the high fierce cry of battle's crimson heat. Whatever else I hear, I lose not this. No, nor that unimaginable song, when through my straining limbs the cord cuts far. Pallas, I thank thee that the bonds were strong, yet was the siren's music worth the scar? Ithaca, Ithaca, and peace when day is done. Life like a weary eagle folding wings at set of sun. The round of homely duties, the temperate delight, the simple pleasure of the day, the quiet rest at night. But I have known the thrill of danger's face, have launched my spirit as a spear is cast. The world and hell have been my living place, who choose to die in Ithaca at last. Odysseus had foregone the wanderer's part, but mighty Zeus, how good it is to know that I have held a goddess to my heart, and fought heroic giants long ago. The Bellman, Amelia Josephine Burr. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song by Ruth Guthrie Harding. Read for LibriVox.org by Claire. Today I have fled from the mountain, and never again as a god shall I roam by the fountain or sing in the glen. The new gods be mute if they heard me, nor glory nor fire hath leapt from my music and stirred me, so broken my lyre. I cried to Latona who bore me, she answered me not. Diana hath perished before me, and dark is the spot where silent the laurel maid broodeth forgiving but cold. O Cleite, once so forsaken, don't weep as of old. Yes, Daphne, I left in the meadow, unmoved of my pain. To me she is sunlight and shadow, star sweetness and rain. But all through the years when I loved her, who never loved me, such then was the pain my forgetting had meted to thee. I could not remember thee only, with her at my side, yet I might have pitied the lonely and made for thy pride brief kindness to spare thee thy sighing, or wreaths for thy brow. O Cleety, 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 where art thou now? Boston Transcript, Ruth Guthrie Harding. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The New Platonist by Cuthbert Wright. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. Circa 1640. Our loves as flowers fall to dust. The noblest singing hath an end. No man to his own soul may trust, nor to the kind arms of his friend. Yet have I glimpsed by lonely tree bright baths of immortality. My faultless teachers bid me fare the cypress path of blood and tears, treading the thorny woad to where the painful cross of Christ appears. 'Twas on another sunnier hill I met you first, my miracle. The painted windows burn and flame up through the music-haunted air. These were my gods, and then you came, with flowers crowned and sun-kissed hair, making this northern river seem some laughter-girdled Grecian stream. When the fierce foeman of our race marshals his lords of lust and pride, you spring within a moment's pace, full armed and smiling to my side. O golden heart, the love you gave me alone has saved and yet will save me. Perchance we have no perfect city beyond the rack of these our wars, till death alone in sacred pity wash with long sleep our wounds and scars. So much the more I praise in measure the generous gods for you my treasure. The New Republic, Cuthbert Wright. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Cyprian Woman, Greek Folk Song by Margaret Whittemer. Read for LibriVox.org by Stunning in July 2023. Under dusky laurel leaf, scarlet leaf of rose, I lie prone who have known all a woman knows. Love and grief and motherhood, fame and mirth and scorn, these are all shall befall any woman born. Jewel laden are my hands, tall my stone above. Do not weep that I sleep, who was wise in love. Where I walk a shadow gray, through gray asphodel, I am glad who have had all that life could tell. Poetry, a magazine of verse. Margaret Whittemer. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
From a Car Window by Ruth Guthrie Harding. Read for LibriVox by Michael McTaggart, Seattle, Washington. Pines and a blur of lithe young grasses, gold in a pool from the western glow. Spread of wings where the last thrush passes, and thoughts of you as the sun dips low. Quiet lane and an irised meadow, how many summers have died since then? I wish you knew how the deepening shadow lies on the blue and green again. Dusk, and the sweep of field and hollow etched in gray when a star appears. Sunset, twilight, and dark to follow. in thoughts of you through a mist of tears. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
We Who Have Loved by Corinne Roosevelt Robinson. Read for LibriVox.org by Laura Eckhoff. We who have loved, alas, may not be friends. Too faint, or yet too fierce, the stifled fire. A random spark, and lo, our dead desire leaps into flame, as though to make amends for chill, blank days, and with strange fury rends the dying embers of love's funeral pyre. Electric, charged anew, the living wire. A burning message through our torpor sends. Could we but pledge, with loyal hearts and eyes, a friendship worthy of the fair, full past, now mutilate and lost beyond recall, then might a phoenix from its ashes rise, fit for a soul flight, but we find aghast. Love must be nothing if not all in all. The Smart Set. Corinne Roosevelt Robinson. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Cave Talk by Joseph Warren Beach. Read for LibriVox.org by Laura Eckhoff. What are you doing there by the shore? I'm pushing out my boat. I mean to follow the sun across to islands far remote. It may be I shall find a land where fruits and spices grow, fairer women, stronger men, and mountains topped with snow. Nay, go forth across the wave, where ghosts and monsters be. What fairer folk can heart desire than my sweet cubs for me? And who shall bring us fish and flesh when you are gone away? Come, spread the net and string the bow, but fare not far astray. What are you searching there on the rock? I'm carrying pictures here, feathered bird and otter furred, to bide for many a year, when 1,000 moons have waxed and waned, and I am dust and smoke. Men shall behold my handiwork, and praise the master stroke. O sluggard, leave your idle ways, behold our bitter dearth. We shiver in the frosty wind, and crouch upon the earth. Go, strip the otter and her cubs, for coats and kirtles fine, and pluck the feathered bird to strew a bed for me and mine. What are you doing out in the dark? I count the stars in the sky, and wonder if they are the souls of such as you and I, and if the bear and lean gray wolf have souls like yours and mine, that go to feed the Milky Way, or make the great stars shine. O dreamer, what are the stars to you? And the souls of wolf and bear? The gray wolf prowls about the rock, and sniffs upon the air. His eyes are shining in the dark, like stars above the sea. Build high the fire before the cave, to guard my cubs and me. What do you see that stare so hard? A face all smooth and white, and breasts and shoulders smooth and round, and soft in the flickering light. I muse how wondrous women are, and how unlike to men. I saw white arms in the sea at dawn, long since and never again. You love me not, O stranger man, who talk of women and men, of white arms in the sea at dawn. You love me never again. You sit and dream the while I wait, and the little ones all asleep. Oh, if you love me, a little man, kiss me, or I shall weep. Poetry, a magazine of verse, Joseph Warren Beach. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Chinese Nightingale by Vachel Lindsay. A Song in Chinese Tapestries, dedicated to STF. Read for LibriVox.org.
Cheng, read by Red Run.
Noble Lady, read by Deborah Beach Giordano.
Chinese Nightingale, read by Claire.
Joss, read by Greg Giordano.
Narrator read by Larry Wilson.
How,
He said, "Fred Chang," I said, "San Francisco sleeps as the dead into license, lust, and play. Why do you iron the night away? Your big clock speaks with a deadly sound, with a tick and a wail till dawn comes round. While the monster shadows glower and creep, what can be better for man than sleep?"
I will tell you a secret,
Chang replied.
My breast with vision is satisfied, and I see green trees and fluttering wings, and my deathless bird from Shanghai sings.
Then he lit 5 firecrackers in a pan. Pop, pop, said the firecrackers. Crack, crack, crack. He lit a joss stick long and black. Then the proud gray joss in the corner stirred. On his wrist appeared a gray small bird, and this was the song of the gray small bird.
Where is the princess loved forever, who made Chang first of the kings of men?
And the joss in the corner stirred again, and the carved dog, curled in his arms, awoke, barked forth a smoke cloud that whirled and broke. It piled in a maze round the ironing place, and there on the snowy table wide stood a Chinese lady of high degree, with a scornful, witching tea-rose face. Yet she put away all form and pride, and laid her glimmering veil aside, with a childlike smile for Chang and for me. The walls fell back, night was aflower, the table gleamed in a moonlit bower, while Chang, with a countenance carved of stone, ironed and ironed all alone. And thus she sang to the busy man Chang.
Have you forgotten? Deep in the ages, long, long ago, I was your sweetheart. There on the sand, storm-worn beach of the Chinese land, we sold our grain in the peacock town, built on the edge of the sea sands brown, built on the edge of the sea sands brown. When all the world was drinking blood from the skulls of men and bulls, and all the world had swords and clubs of stone, we drank our tea in China, beneath the sacred spice trees, and heard the curled waves of the harbor moan. And this gray bird, in love's first spring, with a bright bronze breast and a bronze-brown wing, captured the world with his caroling. Do you remember, ages after, at last the world we were born to own? You were the heir of the yellow throne. The world was the field of the Chinese man, and we were the pride of the sons of Han. We copied deep books, and we carved in jade, and wove white silks in the mulberry shade.
I remember that spring came on forever, that spring came on forever,
said the Chinese nightingale. My heart was filled with marvel and dream, though I saw the western street lamps gleam, though dawn was bringing the western day, though Chang was a laundryman, ironing away. Mingled there with the streets and alleys, the railroad yard and the clock tower bright, demon clouds crossed ancient valleys. Across wide lotus ponds of light I marked a giant firefly's flight. And the lady, rosy red, opened her fan, closed her fan, stretched her hand toward Chang, and said,
Do you remember, ages after, our palace of heart-red stone? Do you remember the little doll-faced children, with their lanterns full of moonfire, that came from all the empire, honoring the throne? The loveliest fete and carnival our world had ever known? The sages sat about us, with their heads bowed in their beards, with proper meditation on the sight. Confucius was not born. We lived in those great days, Confucius later said, were lived aright. And this gray bird, on that day of spring, with a bright bronze breast and a bronze-brown wing, captured the world with his caroling. Late at night his tune was spent. Peasants, sages, children homeward went. And then the bronze bird sang for you and me. We walked alone, our hearts were high and free. I had a silvery name. I had a silvery name. I had a silvery name. Do you remember the name you cried beside the tumbling sea?
Chang turned not to the Lady Slim. He bent to his work, ironing away. But she was arch and knowing and glowing, and the bird on his shoulder spoke for him.
Darling, 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 darling,
said the Chinese nightingale. The great grey joss on a rustic shelf, rakish and shrewd, with his collar awry, sang impolitely as though by himself, drowning with his bellowing the nightingale's cry.
Back through 100 years, hear the waves as they climb the piers. Hear the howl of the silver seas. Hear the thunder. Hear the gongs of holy China. How the waves and tunes combine in a rhythmic, clashing wonder. Incantation old and fine. Dragons, dragons, Chinese dragons, red firecrackers and green firecrackers, and dragons, dragons, Chinese dragons.
Then the Lady Rosy Red turned to her lover Chang and said,
Dare you forget that turquoise dawn, when we stood on our mist-hung velvet lawn, and worked a spell this great Joss taught, till a god of the dragons was charmed and caught. From the flag high over our palace home, he flew to our feet in rainbow foam, a king of beauty and tempest and thunder, panting to tear our sorrows asunder. We mounted the back of that royal slave, with thoughts of desire that were noble and grave. We swam down the shore to the dragon mountains, we whirled to the peaks and the fiery fountains. To our secret ivory house we were borne. We looked down the wonderful wing-field regions, where the dragons darted in glimmering legions. Right by my breast the nightingale sang. The old rhymes rang in the sunlit mist, that we this hour regain. Song fire for the brain. When my hands and my hair and my feet you kissed, when you cried for your heart's new pain, what was my name in the dragon mist, in the rings of the rainbowed rain?
sorrow and love, glory and love,
said the Chinese nightingale.
sorrow and love, glory and love,
said the Chinese nightingale. And now the Joss broke in with his song.
Dying ember, bird of Chang, soul of Chang, do you remember? Ere you returned to the shining harbor, there were pirates by 10,000 descended on the town, in vessels mountain high, and red and brown, moonships that climbed the storms and cut the skies. On their prows were painted terrible bright eyes. But I was then a wizard and a scholar and a priest. I stood upon the sand. With lifted hand I looked upon them, and sunk their vessels with my wizard eyes, and the stately lacquer gate made safe again. Deep, deep below the bay, the seaweed and the spray, embalmed in amber every pirate lies. Embalmed in amber every pirate lies.
Then this did the noble lady say,
Bird, do you dream of our homecoming day, when you flew like a courier on before, from the dragon peak to our palace door, and we drove the steed in your singing path, the ramping dragon of laughter and wrath, and found our city all aglow, and knighted this Joss that decked it so? There were golden fishes in the purple river, and silver fishes and rainbow fishes. There were golden junks in the laughing river, and silver junks and rainbow junks. There were golden lilies by the bay and river, and silver lilies and tiger lilies, and tinkling wind bells in the gardens of the town, by the black lacquer gate where walked in state the kind King Chang and his sweetheart mate, with his flag-borne dragon and his crown of pearl and jade, and his nightingale reigning in the mulberry shade, and sailors and soldiers on the sea sands brown, and priests who bowed them down to your song. By the city called Han, the peacock town, by the city called Han, the nightingale town, the nightingale town.
Then sang the birds so strangely gay, fluttering, fluttering, ghostly and gray, a vague, unravelling, answering tune, like a long, unwinding silk cocoon, sang as though for the soul of him who ironed away in that bower dim.
I have forgotten your dragons great, merry and mad and friendly and bold. Dim is your proud, lost palace gate. I vaguely know there were heroes of old, troubles more than the heart could hold. There were wolves in the woods, yet lambs in the fold, nests in the top of the almond tree, the evergreen tree, and the mulberry tree. Life and hurry and joy forgotten. Years on years I but half remember. Man is a torch, then ashes soon, May and June, then dead December, then again June. Who shall end my dreams' confusion? Life is a loom, weaving illusion. I remember, there were ghostly veils and laces in the shadowy, bowery places, with lovers' ardent faces, bending to one another, speaking each his part. They infinitely echo in the red cave of my heart. Sweetheart, sweetheart, sweetheart. They said to one another, they spoke, I think, of perils past. They spoke, I think, of peace at last. One thing I remember, spring came on forever, spring came on forever,
said the Chinese nightingale. Poetry, a magazine of verse. Vachel Lindsay. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Spring by Clement Wood. Read for LibriVox.org by Robert Gordon. July 2023. Hey, old world, old lazy bones, wake to the spring tune. The music of the spheres is quickened to a jig. Wobble a one-step along your flashing orbit with the moon for your light-tripping partner. Shove your staid bonnet over your ear, proper old lady, and sway along the streets, tipsy with the spring. Here are the young men, gay in their festive lids, caroling vigorously, the joy within them. What matter if the tunes slide up and down? Spring is alive, and the maidens tremble to you as you to them. I thrill with it too. I long to hie me to his honor the mayor, and slap him vigorously on the back, disturbing the proper set of his derby, and shout, "Wake up, old chap, it's spring!" Let the solemn judge shrug off the ermine and join the revelers. Let the pompous financier sing a naughty trio with his wife and the placid chauffeur. And this to the police commissioner, furnish the foremost pair of your marching guardians of the peace with mandolins and guitars, and let the ranks behind decorously do the toe dance. Oh, the quickening of the world, the push of the agile leaves, the fluttering mating of birds, the delicious unquiet of the love-hungry earth. The awakening spirit is everywhere. Nothing escapes, nothing can resist, dancing to its absurd and delightful melody. The Masses, Clement Wood. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Needle Travel by Margaret French Patton. Read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn Seyfarth. May 2023. Needle Travel. I sit at home and sew. I ply my needle and thread, but the trip around the garment's hem is not the path I tread. My stitches neat with their rhythmic beat keep time to very different feet on a different journey sped. Now, glad heart, tiptoe, tiptoe, They must not hear you. They must not know. They must not follow where you go. Bare brown feet on the dusty road, unbound body free of its load, limbs that need no stinging goad, step, step out on the dusty road. Friends to greet on the jolly road, loping rabbit and squatting toad, beetle trundling along with your load. Hey, little friends, good day, good morrow. You see me today, you forget me tomorrow. Time to chase you across the road, loping rabbit, and poke you toad. Upset you beetle with your load. Hey, little friends, good day. Bare brown feet in the shelving pool, unbound body relaxed and cool, limbs lying bare and beautiful. Hey, green pool, good day, good morrow. You hold me today, you forget me tomorrow. Time to float in you, wrapped and cool, swim the rapids above you, pool. Dive in your waters bountiful. Hey, little friend, good day. I sit at home and sew. I ply my needle and thread, but the trip around the garment's hem is not the path I tread. The Masses, Mary French Patton. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Fairy Fort by Abby Farwell Brown. Read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn Seyfarth, May 2023. The Fairy Fort. As I went by the fairy fort, I heard a laughing wee voice say, "Whisht! Be these humans real at all? I'll not believe it, nay. Aye, but ye see the creatures plain. But seeing never makes it true, nor more than not to see be proof. 'Tis what they think and do. They chase unreal things all day long, money and aise and fame and power, with never time to pipe and dream or gossip with a flower. They just have faith in what they see, and they be blind as midday owls, except the little childer dear, and some with childer souls. Such stupid things they be, and queer. I'll not believe in them, not I. Come, let us pipe a real true lilt, and lave the creatures by." As I went by the fairy fort, I heard a piping sweet and small. I wonder, are the wee folk real, or am I real at all? The Bellman, Abby Farwell Brown. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song by Edward J. O'Brien. Read for LibriVox.org by Addison Cooper. Ebb on with me across the sunset tide, and float beyond the waters of the world. The light of evening slipping from thy side, thy softened voice in waves of silence furled. Flow on into the flaming morning wine, drowning the land in color. Then on high, rise in thy candid innocence and shine like to a poplar straight against the sky. Boston Transcript, Edward J. O'Brien. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
For the Dedication of a Toy Theater by Benjamin R.C. Lowe. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Bear. You banished fairies and lean outlawed elves, immured in dusty books on closet shelves. You exorcised young spirits that have lain, cooped up with cobwebs in a cynic's brain. You goblins and good fellows, mischief mites, that drank the cream and teased the dog o' nights. You godmothers, you witches on old brooms. You prancing princes, coal-black hair and plumes. Maidens, magicians, ogres, jack and vines. Con your enchantments, furbish up your lines. Make ready for revival, not so fast. You shall be summoned when the play is cast. And you, grown old too early, you whose eyes have lost the wonder of the truly wise, you scoffers armed with science and a laugh, who know the world and scorn the better half. You also, looking backwards with regret, who catch a glimmer of late childhood yet. And you who never wandered, skimped indeed, beyond the borders of the hard world's need. But most, you children, holding in your hearts the ways of highest heaven, best of arts, be seated here. Yon curtain is the mind. Let logic slip, and laughter is behind. Aye, laughter, and brave deeds, and hopes come true, the old sweet world of fancy made for you. But mark you, disenchantment's nigh at hand. Whoever questions will not understand. Look to it, and as you love us we entreat, put off your cares, a smile will buy your seat. Ho, actors, come make ready there within. Have up the curtain, let the play begin. Scribner's Magazine, Benjamin R.C. Lowe. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Courtyard Pigeons by Caroline Giltinan. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. Dear birds that flutter happily against the gray stone wall that hides the joyous sun from me, do you not hear my call? Each weary day when you go past to strut and perch up there, or when you soar away so fast, I watch you and I care. For in your iridescent flight, my eyes have learned to see how in this strange and man-made night, one thing at least goes free. And do you know what you have taught in low and cooing cries? Though much is gone, they have not bought the part of me that flies. Boston Transcript, Caroline Giltinan. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Barberry Bush by Grace Hazard Conkling. Read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn Seyfarth, August 2023. The Barberry Bush. Threading the wood, if I might see a hamadryad leave her tree, or Pan with dripping honeycomb, luring a nymph away from home, eager to ask some friendly fawn what way Proserpina had gone, or catch an accent pungent wild of garrulous Hermes, like a child, I grieved to miss them. Everything was hushed. No creature cared to sing, nor memory of song sufficed. The earth had grown unparadised. But where a barberry in flower had tossed against the sun a shower of pendant blossoms, golden shapes, clustered like small immortal grapes, grown for a baby Bacchus. All the air turned rich and musical, with honeyed little changing chimes only a bee makes when he climbs a bell-shaped bloom, and being stout, shakes pollen dust and music out. whether the barberry had made a compact with the winds, afraid to lose her sweets if wind should blow, or what she offered, can I know? But all her essence hovered there, diffused in aromatic air, that glittered like a living wine, her soul exhaled, besieging mine, with beauty making me at home, within the windless delicate dome of vaulted fragrance over her. Some poignancy of mint or myrrh, rosemary whim, lavender lure, or balm of bruised balsam pure, some whiff of fern, fennel, or rue, tang of the wild grass steeped in dew. Had Hermes flung her from mid-flight as benison for his delight? For incense strange and spiced was she, a pensioner of Araby, dreaming her dream of winged feet and cloud-lost laughter bitter-sweet. Yet not for Hermes did each urn of hidden honey yield in turn its amber to the pilgrim bees. Their god is Pan, the god of trees, who pipes for them all blossom news and knows what melody to use for ripe wild grape and apple tree, and you in bloom, oh barberry! Was that your motive that I heard? His very sing in which recurred honey and spices, grape bloom mist, young leaves in evening amethyst, with ringing of thin topaz bells, like small close-clustered asphodels. So sang Pan's Veery, so sang he, that all the world was Thessaly, and any cedar might avail to hold an answering nightingale. The mosses by the oak tree's root caressed a gleaming naked foot, but quick as light the nymph was gone. I glimpsed the brown pursuing fawn, and heard the chiming of their glee. Proserpina eluded me, but from your blossoms showered down I guessed the color of her gown. What else but color of the sun? And singing Veery there was none, until into my mood you flowered, illumining the wood unbowered. Now kindly Pan, forevermore, be mindful of you. May he store your honey in Arcadian jars. Summon back Hermes from the stars into your zone of spicy zest, a little Orient in the West. Jeweled with bees, gilded with bloom, you shall hold court within your room, if once he pipe beside the door, the master improvisator. Thither may he resort, content to find you richly redolent, and make you music all your own, so river-sweet in reedy tone, it shall inspire an evening hush, his brown immortal Veery thrush. Century Magazine, Grace Hazard Conkling. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Green Symphony by John Gould Fletcher, read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Cavata. 1. The glittering leaves of the rhododendrons balance and vibrate in the cool air, while in the sky above them white clouds chase each other. Like scampering rabbits, flashes of sunlight sweep the lawn. They fling in passing patterns of shadow, golden and green. With long cascades of laughter, the mating birds dart and swoop to the turf. Mid their mad thrillings glints the gay sun behind the trees. Down there are deep blue lakes, orange blossom droops in the water. In the tower of the winds all the bells are set adrift, jingling for the dawn. Then fluttering streamers of breeze lash through the swaying boughs, palely expectant the earth receives the slanting rain. I am a glittering raindrop hugged close by the cool rhododendron. I am a daisy starring the exquisite curves of the close-cropped turf. The glittering leaves of the rhododendron are shaken like blue-green blades of glass, flickering, crackling, falling, splintering in a million fragments. The wind runs laughing up the slope, stripping off handfuls of wet green leaves to fling in people's faces, wallowing on the daisy-powdered turf, clutching at the sunlight, cavorting in the shadow. Like baroque pearls, like cloudy emeralds, the clouds and the trees clash together, whirling and swirling in the tumult of the spring and the wind. 2. The trees splash the sky with their fingers, a restless green rout of stars. With whirling movement they swing their boughs. About their stems, planes on planes of light and shadow pass among them, opening fan-like to fall. The trees are like a sea, tossing, trembling, roaring, wallowing, darting their long green flickering fronds up at the sky, subsiding, spotted by the white blossom spray. The trees are roofs, hollow caverns of cool blue shadow, solemn arches. In the afternoons the whole vast horizon, and terrace beyond terrace, pinnacle above pinnacle, lifts to the sky, serrated ranks of green on green. They caress the roofs with their fingers. They sprawl about the river to look into it. Up the hill they come, gesticulating challenge. They cower together in dark valleys. They yearn out over the fields. Enameled domes tumble upon the grass, crashing in ruin, quiet at last. The trees lash the sky with their leaves, uneasily shaking their dark green manes. 3. Far let the voices of the mad wild birds be calling me. I will abide in this forest of pines. When the wind blows battling through the forest, I hear it distantly, like the crash of a perpetual sea. When the rain falls, I watch silver spears slanting downwards from the pale river pools of sky enclosed in dark fronds. When the sun shines, I weave together distant branches till they enclose mighty circles. I sway to the movement of hooded summits. I swim leisurely in the deep blue seas of air. I hug the smooth bark of stately red pillars, and with the cones carefully scattered, I mark the progression of dark dial shadows flung diagonally downwards through the afternoon. This turf is not like turf. It is a smooth, dry carpet of velvet, embroidered with brown patterns of needles and cones. These trees are not like trees. They are innumerable feathery pagoda umbrellas, stiffly ungracious to the wind, teetering on red-lacquered stems. In the evening I listen to the wind's lisping, while the conflagrations of the sunset flicker and clash behind me, flamboyant crenellations of glory amid the charred ebony bowls. In the night the fiery nightingales shall clash and trill through the silence, like the voices of mermaids crying from the sea. Long ago has the moon whelmed this uncompleted temple. Stars swim like goldfish far above the black arches. Far let the timid feet of dawn fly to catch me. I will abide in this forest of pines, for I have unveiled naked beauty, and the things that she whispered to me in the darkness are buried deep in my heart. Now let the black tops of the pine trees break like a spent wave against the gray sky. These are tombs and memorials and temples and altars sun-kindled for me. The little review, John Gould Fletcher. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Serenade by William Griffith. Read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn Seyfarth, August 2023. Serenade. The moon puts on her silver veil and shawl of lace, and with fair lutes and violins in many a dale the thrushes blow their woodland flutes. Oh, and with many a ghostly cheer, under the moon the forest heaves and sways with ecstasy to hear the eerie laughter of the leaves. Poetry, a magazine of verse. William Griffith. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sea Iris by H.D. Read for LibriVox.org by Lee Vogler. Weed, moss-weed roots tangled in sand, sea iris brittle flower. One petal like a shell is broken, and you print a shadow like a thin twig. Fortunate one scented and stinging, rigid myrrh bud, camphor flowers sweet and salt. You are wind in our nostrils. Do the murex fissures drench you as they pass? Do your roots drag up color from the sand? Have they slipped gold under you, rivets of gold, band of iris flowers above the waves? You are painted blue, painted like a fresh prow, stained among the salt weeds. The Little Review, H.D. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Birches by Robert Frost. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. When I see birches bend to left and right across the lines of straighter, darker trees, I like to think some boy's been swinging them. But swinging doesn't bend them down to stay. Ice storms do that. Often you must have seen them loaded with ice a sunny winter morning after a rain. They click upon themselves as the breeze rises and turn many-colored as the stir cracks and crazes their enamel. Soon the sun's warmth makes them shed crystal shells, shattering and avalanching on the snow crust. Such heaps of broken glass to sweep away, you'd think the inner dome of heaven had fallen. They are dragged to the withered bracken by the load, and they seem not to break, though once they are bowed. So low for long they never right themselves. You may see their trunks arching in the woods, years afterwards, trailing their leaves on the ground, like girls on hands and knees that throw their hair before them over their heads to dry in the sun. But I was going to say when Truth broke in, with all her matter of fact about the ice storm, now am I free to be poetical. I should prefer to have some boy bend them as he went out and in to fetch the cows. Some boy too far from town to learn baseball, whose only play was what he found himself, summer or winter, and could play alone. One by one he subdued his father's trees by writing them down over and over again until he took the stiffness out of them. And not one but hung limp, not one was left for him to conquer. He learned all there was to learn about not launching out too soon, and so not carrying the tree away clear to the ground. He always kept his poise to the top branches, climbing carefully with the same pains you use to fill a cup up to the brim, and even above the brim. Then he flung outward, feet first, with a swish, kicking his way down through the air to the ground. So was I once myself a swinger of birches, and so I dream of going back to be. It's when I'm weary of considerations, and life is too much like a pathless wood, where your face burns and tickles with the cobwebs broken across it, and one eye is weeping from a twig's having lashed across it open. I'd like to get away from earth a while, and then come back to it and begin over. May no fate wilfully misunderstand me, and half grant what I wish and snatch me away, not to return. Earth's the right place for love. I don't know where it's likely to go better. I'd like to go by climbing a birch tree, and climb black branches up a snow-white trunk, toward heaven, till the tree could bear no more, but dipped its top and set me down again. That would be good, both going and coming back. One could do worse than be a swinger of birches. Atlantic Monthly, Robert Frost. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hills by Arthur Gitterman. Read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn Seyfarth. May 2023. Hills. I never loved your plains, your gentle valleys, your drowsy country lanes and pleached alleys. I want my hills, the trail that scorns the hollow, up the ragged shale where few will follow, up over wooded crest and mossy boulder, with strong thigh, heaving chest, and swinging shoulder. So let me hold my way, by nothing halted, until, at close of day, I stand exalted, high on my hills of dream, dear hills that know me, and then how fair will seem the lands below me, how pure at vesper time the fair bells chiming. God, give me hills to climb, and strength for climbing. Scribner's Magazine, Arthur Gitterman. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Cloud by Sarah Teasdale. Read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn Seyfarth. May 2023. The Cloud. I am a cloud in the heaven's height. The stars are lit for my delight. Tireless and changeful, swift and free, I cast my shadow on hill and sea. But why do the pines on the mountain's crest call to me always, rest, rest? I throw my mantle over the moon, and I blind the sun on his throne at noon. Nothing can tame me, nothing can bind. I am a child of the heartless wind. But oh, the pines on the mountain's crest, whispering always, rest, rest. Harper's Magazine, Sarah Teasdale. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Mirage by Nathan Haskell Dole. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Across the bay are low-lying cliffs where stand fishermen's cottages. I can barely distinguish them with the naked eye. But today the cliffs are lifted, escarped, perpendicular, mysterious, inaccessible, and those sordid dwellings have become the magnificent fortified castles of sea kings. From North American Review by Nathan Haskell Dole. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Fire Castles by Arvia McKay. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Fast falling rain and every hill in mist makes even my very saddest thoughts grow sadder, and every sad thought lengthens my long list, as moaning over old things that make me madder, I sit and sulk over some unkind word, and weep as if I had not wept before, and think of words about me I have heard, and with old thoughts grieve over them some more. But soon, if I get up or sit and gaze, telling myself stories of joyous thought before the warm and cheery singing blaze, now all my bad thoughts in a trap are caught, and if I gaze at castles in the fire, then all the while to gladness I grow nigher. From The Little Review by Arvia McKay. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Vistas by Odell Shepard. Read for LibriVox.org by Robert Gordon. August 2023. As I walked through the dream-peopled streets of the wind-rustling, elm-shaded city, where all of the houses were friends, and the trees were all lovers of her, the spell of its old enchantment was woven again to subdue me, with magic of flickering shadows, blown branches, and leafy stir. Street after street, as I passed, lured me and beckoned me onward, releasing like flowery fragrance, remembrance, and hope on the air. At the end of each breeze-blurred vista, she seemed to be watching and waiting, with leaf shadows over her gown, and sunshine gilding her hair. For there was a dream that the kind God withheld, while granting us many. But surely, I think, we shall come, sometime, at the last, she and I, to the heaven he keeps for all tired souls, the quiet suburban gardens where he himself walks in the evening, beneath the rose-dropping sky, and watches the balancing elm trees with a sob of delight for their beauty, and hears through their lofty arches the night breeze ruffle by. The Smart Set, Odell Shepard. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sun-Browned with Toil by Edward F. Goreshi, S.J. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Sun-browned and worn with toil, he leaned awhile on his bright spade and looked into the west. His eyes were soft with thought. St. Francis came, noiseless, and stood beside, then gently said, "Brother, what seest thou?" Deep he drew breath of long contentment. "When yon evening light touches my cottage roof-tree, lo, see there how flames the thatch beneath the glowing rays. I love to look across the reddened world and thank my God who keeps me. Love to muse, and through the circling hours and changing years, as days tread slow on days, he works for me. I see yon shaggy hillside grown with vines. His own all sedulous hand doth mould each bud and twine each tendril round its destined stay. How soft the pastures roll! He greens them o'er with countless grass tips, each his utter care, as are the swinging stars. The chestnuts spread wide-armed and dark, he builds their buttressed limbs against the storm, and when they groan and sway, they call to him for succor. And the birds! How far and free they ride the weightless air, and fall and soar and circle! Ah, they feel, in swiftest onrush of their dizzy flight, His hand beneath them. And yon waving wheat, that ripples all its shining blades with joy beneath the summer's winds, He bids it grow, it and the clustered vines, to furnish forth His holy table. So mine evening thoughts run on and on, thus mingled, all the world speaking of God my Lord. And when the west flames like a chalice, and its flooding rays frame the fair sun, poised ere he veils his light, methinks the whole vast world is figured there. God is its sun, and it but gleams to show in myriad forms the one eternal fair that bade it be. He paused, and could no more. Then Francis prayed, his eyes besieging heaven. O God, my Father, I do give Thee praise that Thou hast spoken to these simple hearts what pride and troubled learning faint to know. They search the spheres for light. This man of toil sees Thee, O Light, in all Thy common world, and where Thy love hath placed him finds his peace. Catholic World, Edward J. Gureshi, S.J. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
July by Malin Leonard Fisher. Read for LibriVox.org by Stunning. It must be summer, but of such a calm doth winter weave his dream of cloaking snow, of atard airs that are no airs ablow. And yet from somewhere, as it were a balm, blows incense slowly, slowly like a psalm. Or slowly said responses, slips the stream. A slim and silvery minnow does it seem, mid grasses grasping, in the meadow's palm. No bird need sing today, and no bird sings. This stillness is enough. It is to me the muted prelude to eternity, a summing up of hushed and ended things, the balancing of nature's books, who creeps close to a stone, and in her own shade sleeps. The Midland, a magazine of the Middle West. Malin Leonard Fisher. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Road Not Taken by Robert Frost. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both and be one traveller. Long I stood and looked down one as far as I could to where it bent in the undergrowth. Then took the other as just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim, because it was grassy and wanted wear. Though as for that the passing there had worn them really about the same. And both that morning equally lay in leaves no step had trodden black. Oh, I marked the first for another day, yet knowing how way leads on to way, I doubted if I should ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sigh somewhere ages and ages hence. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less travelled by, and that has made all the difference. Atlantic Monthly, Robert Frost. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hymn to the Dairymaids on Beacon Street by Christopher Morley. Read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn Seyfarth, August 2023. Hymn to the Dairymaids on Beacon Street. Sweetly solemn see them stand, spinning churns on either hand, neatly capped and aproned white, airy, fairy, dairy sight. Jersey priestesses they seem, miracling milk to cream. Cream solidifies to cheese by pastural mysteries, and they give within their shrine their communion in kine. Incantations pure they mutter o'er the golden minted butter, and no layman hand can pen it. See them gloat above their rennet. By that hillside window pane, rugged teamsters draw the rein, doff the battered hat and bow to these acolytes of cow. Genuflect, ye passers-by, muse upon their ritual high. Milk to cream, yea, cream to cheese, white lacteal mysteries. Let adorers sing the word of the smoothly flowing curd. Yea, we sing with bells and fife. This is the way, this is the life. Boston Transcript, Christopher Morley. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Passages from a poem, The New World, by Witter Bynner. Read for LibriVox.org. Narrator read by Larry Wilson.
Celia, read by Shannon Santos.
David, read by Kevin S.
Older French Brother, read by Kazbek.
Younger French Brother, read by Shannon Santos.
1. Celia was laughing. Hopefully I said, how shall this beauty that we share, this love, remain aware beyond our happy breathing of the air? How shall it be fulfilled and perfected? If you were dead, how then should I be comforted? But Celia knew instead.
He who takes comfort here shall find it there.
A halo gathered round her hair. I looked and saw her wisdom bear the living bosom of the countless dead, and there I laid my head. Again, when Celia laughed, I doubted her and said, life must be led in many ways more difficult to see than this immediate way for you and me. We stand together on our lake's edge, and the mystery of love has made us one, as day is made of night and night of day. Aware of one identity within each other, we can say, I shall be everything you are. We are uplifted till we touch a star. We know that overhead is nothing more austere, more starry or more deep to understand than is our union, human hand in hand. But over our lake come strangers, a crowded launch, a lonely sailing boy. A mile away a train bends by. In every car strangers are traveling, each with particular and unkind preference like ours, with privacy of understanding, with a special joy like ours. Celia, Celia, why should there be distrust between ourselves and them, disunity? How careful we have been to trim this little circle that we tread, to set a bar to strangers and forbid them. Are they not as we, our very likeness and our nearest kin? How can we shut them out and let stars in? She looked along the lake, and when I heard her speak, the sun fell on the boy's white sail and her white cheek.
I touch them all through you,
she said.
I cannot know them now, deeply and truly as my very own, except through you, except through one or two interpreters. But not a moment stirs here between us, binding and interweaving us, that does not bind these others to our care.
The sunlight fell in glory on her hair, and then said Celia radiant when I held her near,
They who find beauty who there shall find it here.
And on her brow, when I heard Celia speak, cities were populous with peace, and oceans echoed glories in her ear. And from her risen thought her lips had brought, as from some peak down through the clouds, a mountain air to guide the lonely and uplift the weak.
Record it all,
she told me.
More than merely this, more than the shine of sunset on our heads, more than a kiss, more than our rapt agreement and delight, watching the mountain mingle with the night, tell that the love of the two incurs the love of multitudes, makes way and welcome for them as a solitary star brings on the great array. Go make a lover's calendar,
she said,
for every day.
And when the sun had put away his dazzle over the shadowy firs, the solitary star came out. So on some night to eyes of youth shall come my light and hers. 2. A stranger might be God, the Hindus cry, but Celia says importunate,
The stranger must be God, and you and I.
3. Once in a smoking car I saw a scene that made my blood stand still, while the sun smoldered in a great ravine, and I, with elbow on the window-sill, was watching the dim ember of the west. Half heard, but poignant as a bell for fire, there came a moan, the voice of one in hell. I turned. Across the car were 2 young men, yet hardly more than boys, French by their look, and brothers, and one was moaning on the other's breast. His face was hid away. I could not tell what words he said, half English and half French. I only knew both men were suffering, not one but 2. And then that face came into view, gaunt and unshaved, with shadows and wild eyes, a face of madness and of desolation. And his cries, for all his mate could do, rang out a shrill and savage noise, and tears ran down the stubble of his cheek. The other face was younger, clean and sad, with the manful, stricken beauty of a lad who had intended always to be glad. The touch of his compassion, like a mother's, pitied the madman, soothed him and caressed. And then I heard him speak in a low voice.
Mon frère, calme-toi. Right here's your place.
And opening his coat, he pressed upon his heart the wanderer's face, and smoothed the tangled hair. After a moment peaceful there, the maniac screamed, struck out and fell across his brother's arm. Love could not quell his anger. Wrists together high in air he rose, and with a yell brought down his handcuffs towards his brother's face. But his hands were pinned below his waist by a burly, silent sheriff, and some hideous thing was bound around his arms and feet, and he was laid upon the narrow seat. And then that sound, that moan, of one forsaken and alone.
Seigneur, le Créateur du ciel et de la terre, forgotten me.
And when the voice grew weak, the brother leaned again, embraced the huddled body. But a shriek repulsed him.
Non, détache-moi. I don't care for you. Non, tu es l'homme qui m'a trahi. Non, tu n'es pas mon frère.
But as often as that stricken mind would fill with the great anguish and the rush of hate, the boy, his young eyes older, would curve his shoulder to the other's pain and hold that haunted face close to his face and say,
Oh, wait, you will know me better by and by. Mon pauvre petit, be still, right here's your place.
The seeing gleam, the blinded stare, the cry.
Non, tu n'es pas mon frère.
I saw myself as blind as he. For something smothers my reason, and I do not know my brothers, but every day declare, Non tu n'es pas mon frère. 4. I know a fellow in a steel mill, who, intent upon his labors and his happiness, had meant in his own wisdom to be blessed, had made his own unaided way to schooling, opportunity, success. And then he loved and married, and his bride, after a brief year, died. I went to him to see if I might comfort him. The comfort came to me. David, I said, under the temporary ache there is unwonted nearness with the dead. I felt his 2 hands take the sentence from me with a grip forged in the mills. He told me that his tears were shed before her breath went. After that, instead of grief, she came herself. He felt her slip into his being like a miracle, her lip whispering on his, to slake his need of her.
And in the night I awake with wonder, and I find my bride and her embrace there in our bed, within my very being, not outside. We have each other more, much more,
he said,
now than before. This very moment, while I shake your hand, my friend, not only I, but she is touching you and laughs with me because I cried for her. People would think me crazy if I told, but something in what you said made me bold to let you meet my bride.
It was not madness. David's eye was clear and open-seeing. His life had faced in death and understood in his young wife, as I, when Celia died, the secret of God's being. 5. Celia, perhaps a few whom I shall tell of you will see with me your beauty who are dead, will hear with me your voice and what it said. Poetry, a magazine of verse. Witter Biter. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Maker of Images by Brian Hooker. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Cavata. Sunbeam and storm cloud over the wonderful sea, whereon ships labor and mariners hope and despair, while safe in haven weavers of dream by the wayside wander, whose hands know not the oar, nor their eyes endure insurgent ocean. Nevertheless, they live not vainly, if at heart their dreams be one with the heart of the world forever. Long since, an unknown maker of images walked where the shore looms high before Pergamum, fronting the sea. And while he dreamed there, suddenly over the bright horizon fell darkness. Birds cried out, flying heavily down the wind. Blue gloom, swallowing sail by sail, swung landward. The tall meadow grasses swayed like the mane of a beast in anger, arousing. Then one glare, and a thunderbolt cracked, and the world went out into colorless ruin of rain and sky and headland blent with the spray of the plunging ocean. Meanwhile, amazed, the maker of images clung to the cliff, then rose, and at eventide, through dew-sweet fields and rain-washed woodland, wandered as one having seen a vision, homeward without speech, and for many days carved on the new raised altar of Pergamon what he had seen, yet not the unmeaning welter of cloud over storm-torn water, but warfare of white gods, the Olympians, against the earth-born, Zeus, thunder panoplied, Pallas, and Ares and Poseidon, raging the van of his windy legions, while underneath, vain giants in agony piled mountains, and alone, understanding all, foam-bosomed Aphrodite smiled down quietly out of the heights above them. Storms pass, untold suns, glooms beyond numbering, vanish. The unchanging pageant elaborates, and kingdoms fail, and strange commanders govern imperial generations of momentary dust. And the pyramid follows the prince where emulous, tremulous, like motes along the moonbeams dancing into the dark, the enchanter changes men and the deeds of men. Yet through centuries gone, since before that altar, adoringly with arms upraised, the Pergamines gazed and grew stronger of heart beholding. Their dreams remain, still as 1,000 years, embody June, so now and forevermore new lamps, new eyes, one light undying hold, and reveal in 1,000 rainbows. All gods of all times fight for us, laugh with us, Forgotten angels cool our delirium. Vague monsters from primeval caverns widen the wondering eyes of children, and knights of old high-hearted adventurers ride errant with us, making a tournament of toil, and new-hung moons remember passion and the pang of imagined lovers, whose perfumed souls in blossomy silences hunger forlorn. Adonis, Endymion, Brynhild, Elaine, Isolde, Helen, names like the touch of lips that love them, and brazen-handed heroes who sang as they charged home against impregnable destiny, clang trumpets in our wars, and saints leave lilies of peace by the lonely highway. Pray, therefore, that ourselves, being treasurers of beauty brought from Eden, ephemeral husbands of angelus dawn, our dreams too mold for a moment the gold immortal, not fouled by unclean hands, nor unworthily shapen for gain, nor scorned, while idolaters of deities unborn unwisely gather barbarian toys of tinsel to flatter purblind eyes, but remembering the beautiful old gods and the champions of storied wars, and sylvan horn calls waking mysterious elfin laughter, we in our own hour makers of images, charm storm and daydream into such harmony as men of deeds, beholding, long for, forging the world into forms of heaven. The Yale Review, Brian Hooker. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Home of Horace by George Meeson Witcher. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. 1912. The cold Licenza through the valley brawls, unchanged the forest rustles on the hill. The ploughman to his lagging oxen calls, amid the self-same vines, and murmuring still, adown the hollow rock the fountain falls, to yield the wandering herd its welcome chill. Each sound to him so long familiar grown, even now the poet's loving ear had known, could he but stand again within these walls, which once the kindly gods made all their own. Poor poet, who so dreaded lest his book might come to be at last a schoolroom bore! How would he mourn to see his cherished nook laid bare, a prey for our myopic lore! Sweet peace has fled, and prying eyes may look on crumbling step and tessellated floor. Stripped of the garish light of common day, the sheltering mould of ages torn away, now lie the little rooms where once he took long draughts of ease and let his fancy stray. Languid Maecenas left the roaring town to sip the Sabine in this friendly vale. Here Virgil, white of soul, oft sat him down to hear old Servius spin his moral tale. Pert Davus, heedless of a growing frown, plied here his argument without avail, while each new moon would rustic fidely stand to offer holy meal with pious hand, pleasing her tiny gods with rosemary crown to bless the increase of her master's land. Oh, that far hence in some dim Sabine glade these stones, half buried in the kindly loam, unnoted, undiscovered, unsurveyed, might but afford the owl a darkling home. There might the thrush still warble undismayed, the timid woodland creatures boldly roam through broken arch and plundered portico, which heard the poet's footstep long ago. That so no pang might touch thee, gentle shade, this worse than ruined house of thine to know. Scribner's Magazine, George Mason Witcher. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sister Mary Veronica by Nancy Bird Turner. Read for LibriVox.org by Megan Horton. Texas, October 4th, 2023. The soft-shod nuns have laid the last fold straight in her last raiment, telling their slow beads with measured memories of her faithful deeds, and prayers for her soul's sake importunate. Now they are gone, gray shadows, to the call of a far vesper bell, and foot and head, two pallid tapers tall, glimmering, gaunt, thick stifled with the gloom of wan dusk deepening to the naked room, guard her a short day dead. White and austere and virginal she lies, pale brow, pale fallen lids, hair meetly dressed, straight shoulders, never burdened mother-wise of weary little bodies sleep-possessed. Meek mouth uncurved of kisses, folded eyes, thin hands light-linked across a shallow breast, beyond desire, past sorrow, and past surprise, mute, passionless, at rest. Strange, as I watch, a faint soft flame of youth brightens upon her, slowly, wondrously, and lends her magic dower, a look of vision and of prophecy, not curve of cheek and color of fine rose, not curl nor fleeting dimple, none of those, but the warm beauty and the tender ruth of April sunlight on an autumn flower, one brief, miraculous hour. Lo, what at last are dust and age and death? Time cannot touch the innermost spirit. See, half smiling, confident of joy to be, sure of her heritage, with bated breath biding her destiny, she waits, a slim girl wistful of the truth, life still a dream, love still a mystery. Boston Transcript, Nancy Bird Turner. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Adventurer by Odell Shepard. Read for LibriVox.org by Robert Gordon. August 2023. He did not come in the red dawn. He did not come at noon. And all the long bright highway lay lonely to the moon. And nevermore, we know now, will he come wandering down the breezy hollows of the hills into the quiet town. For he has heard a voice cry, a starry, faint ahoy, far up the wind, and followed unquestioning after joy. But we are long forgetting the quiet way he went, with looks of love and gentle scorn so sweetly, subtly blent. We cannot cease to wonder, we too who loved him, how he fares along the windy ways his feet must travel now. But we must draw the curtain and fasten bolt and bars, and talk, here in the firelight, of him beneath the stars. The Bellman, Odell Shepard. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Flamande by Edwin Arlington Robinson. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The man Flamande from God knows where, with firm address and foreign air, with news of nations in his talk, and something royal in his walk, with glint of iron in his eyes, but never doubt nor yet surprise, appeared and stayed and held his head as one by kings accredited. erect with his alert repose about him and about his clothes, he pictured all tradition hears of what we owe to 50 years. His cleansing heritage of taste paraded neither want nor waste, and what he needed for his fee to live, he borrowed graciously. He never told us what he was, of what mischance or other cause had banished him from better days to play the prince of castaways. Meanwhile he played surpassing well a part for most unplayable. In fine, one pauses half afraid to say for certain that he played. For that one may as well forego conviction as to yes or no, nor can I say just how intense would then have been the difference to several who, having striven in vain to get what he was given, would see the stranger taken on by friends not easy to be won. Moreover, many a malcontent he soothed and found munificent. His courtesy beguiled and foiled suspicion that his years were soiled. His mien distinguished any crowd, his credit strengthened when he bowed, and women young and old were fond of looking at the man Flammonde. There was a woman in our town on whom the fashion was to frown, but while our talk renewed the tinge of a long faded scarlet fringe, the man Flammonde saw none of that, but what he saw we wondered at, that none of us in her distress could hide or find our littleness. There was a boy that all agreed had shut within him the rare seed of learning. We could understand, but none of us could lift a hand. The man Flammonde appraised the youth, and told a few of us the truth, and thereby for a little gold a flowered future was unrolled. There were 2 citizens who fought for years and years, and over naught. They made life awkward for their friends, and shortened their own dividends. The man Flammonde said what was wrong should be made right, nor was it long before they were again in line, and had each other in to dine. And these I mention are but 4 of many out of many more. So much for them, but what of him, so firm in every look and limb? What small satanic sort of kink was in his brain? What broken link withheld him from the destinies that came so near to being his? What was he, when we came to sift his meaning and to note the drift of incommunicable ways that make us ponder while we praise? Why was it that his charm revealed somehow the surface of a shield? What was it that we never caught? What was he, and what was he not? How much it was of him we met, we cannot ever know, nor yet shall all he gave us quite atone for what was his and his alone. Nor need we now, since he knew best, nourish an ethical unrest. Rarely at once will nature give the power to be Flammonde and live. We cannot know how much we learn from those who never will return, until a flash of unforeseen remembrance falls on what has been. We've each a darkening hill to climb, and this is why, from time to time, in Tilbury town we look beyond horizons for the man Flammonde. The Outlook. Edwin Arlington Robinson. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Gay Heart, A Story of Defeat by Dana Burnett. Read for LibriVox.org.
Gayheart, read by Red Run.
Lady Boarder, read by Shannon Santos.
Vagrant, read by Kevin S.
Narrator read by Larry Wilson. 1. Gayheart came in June. I saw his heels go through the door, and broken heels they were. His eyes were big and blue and young. He said,
"Could you direct me to the basement, sir?"
I knew the basement. I had grubbed there once, before a client tumbled in my net and brought me riches. It was coffin cold, and on the bare walls seeped a mouldy sweat. 'Twas next the kitchen, too, and had the breath of cheap things cooking. But I let him down. The stairs dropped naked through the clammy dark. He paused and gasped as men do when they drown.
"Is it down there?"
I turned and took his arm. Thin as a boy's it was, all skin and bone. I said, "The dark is just a pleasant cloak to veil you off and keep your thoughts alone. A boarding house is all inquisitive. You're safer here."
"How did you know,"
he said,
"that I would want to be alone? Am I an open book to be so simply read?"
We stumbled down until I felt the door beneath my fingers. Then I struck a light. The room grinned at us like an ugly face caught in a heartbeat from the cloak of night. The boy's breath cracked his lips. I saw his soul stand in his eyes and look and shrink again, sick with the moment's shattered visionings, and on his face went the slow feet of pain. "It strikes you bleak, eh? Come, it's not so bad. The gas won't whimper if you turn it low. The bed is lame, but friendly. Here's a desk to scribble at." He said,
"I write, you know. I've come to be a writer."
And he smiled, as boys do when they say their heart's desire.
"I'm from the South. A paper took me on, but that's just keeping faggots in my fire."
He smiled again, for he had all his youth to smile from.
"My real work,"
he said,
"will be to sketch the city, not in prosy books, but in its native, living poetry. Cities were made for measures and for rhyme. They have an ancient minstrelsy of feet, and rivers sweep their shipping like a song, and there is endless music in a street. Endless, I say, and never caught by man. Your books, oh, how they walk, walk, walk with words. But verse runs on light feet, as cities do. Oh, God, I've dreamed it till it hurts like swords not to be writing. But I've got to learn it all. The streets, the parks, the ships, the subway and the skyscrapers."
He stopped and brushed his hand across his trembling lips.
"Excuse me, sir. You were the first kind soul I'd spoken to. The rest are like the tomb."
He smiled and touched my hand, and then I turned, leaving him standing in his wistful room. 2. June passed, and weather came that seared our flesh. The soft streets crawled. Old men dropped down and died. Within the house our summer tempers snarled, and every night the lady boarder cried. Her alcove shouldered mine, and so I knew. She came at 6, her feet as slow as lead dragged through her door, and cried till supper time. I never saw her, but her eyes were red. Poor Gayheart whitened slowly, till his face was like the paper that he scribbled on. But he had youth and some vague bravery that held him taut until his task was done. He rasped our nerves, though, with his restless ways. His restless, silent ways. He never seemed to see us when we passed him in the hall. His eyes were distant with the thing he dreamed. He bolted dinner like a dog, as though he feared his fate would snatch him unaware, with all his dreams unproved. Then, starting up, would grope the shadowed hallway to the stair, and down to its eternal folderol, his spitting gaslight and his scratching pen, until we cursed him for his industry, his being different from the ruck of men. Then one dead night, when all the stars did sweat, he plucked my sleeve and smiled, and drew me down his damned black stairs. Then, while the clock did jet wind, he read me what he had written of the town. It struck me wonderful. It had the ache of rush-hour traffic in it, and the swing of wheels as though he had listened in a street, a crowded street where life ran thundering. It made me think of going to my work, of men in crowds and women's faces drawn with painted lines, and shops and ships and spires and skyscrapers that reached up for the dawn. And then beneath the step of rhyme I heard the boy's soul speaking, and I knew that he had spent himself like dust among the crowd to catch the heartbeat for his poetry. His voice went out like flame. I found myself shocked by the still small room. To me it seemed great throngs had passed with various noise. He said,
"That's just the gateway to the thing I've dreamed."
3. There is a street's end where the coasters sleep, and there at twilight purple waters run, and o'er their breasts the crimson-coated day trails the last silver of the fallen sun. A wall is there for men to dream upon, and so young Gayheart went with all his scars unhealed, and saw the lights sown through the dusk, and his tall city in a cloak of stars. Tier upon tier the golden windows burned, as though men sought new freedom in the skies, and somehow lured by starlight and by dawn, built his blind cities up to paradise. Afar the bridges spun their silver webs, the mellow whistles talked along the stream. But Gayheart leaned athirst upon a stone, hurt with the shining beauty of his dream. And he was like a child with wistfulness, holding his hands out through the summer night, where in the dusk the great clean towers flared like swords thrust up in some red battle light. And then he turned, all dumb with his desire, and stumbled through still streets until he found the great bridge trembling underfoot, and heard the trains go by him with a tempest sound. Black, shapeless forms came shrieking with bright eyes. The sea wind rolled like drums against his ears, and he was singing, singing as he trod, and in his eyes were sudden smarting tears. The tallest spire enraptured him. He strode under the roofed bridge, where the newsboys cry, and out into the little breathing space from whence the windows go into the sky. And there he sought a bench and sat him down, between two snoring vagabonds who lay sprawled on their faces. But his wakefulness was like a lamp within him till the day. What did it mean? The stone flung like a song, the desk light bothering the star, the whole upsweep of roofs that is our native land. What meaning had it, and what secret soul? He sat with upturned eyes as young men do, until the lamp upon his face grew wan. He saw his nation toiling in its house, its tall, strange house that reached up for the dawn, and dreaming saw the elder worlds asleep in their low houses, beautiful with time. The vagrant at his left side groaned and breathed, lifting a face of cumulative grime.
"What's in your gizzard, lad, that twists you so? I know, you're one of them what's got a brain. Now me—"
His brother raised a blousy head.
"Ah, hell!"
He snarled and fell asleep again. Across the roofs the first faint gold of dawn streaked the dun heavens, and the daymen took the windows of the sleepless, so that life went smoothly like a never-written book. And Gayheart shook the cramps from his dull limbs, rose and went up the paper's curling stair until he reached the city-room. The staff, half stripped of cloth, already sweated there. But he dropped at his crazy, limping desk in the dim corner where the cubs are kept, and wrote,
"America is wakefulness,"
and fell face upon the words and slept. 4. Gayheart's book came back and back again, and still he mailed it out with little lies to cloak its failure. But I think we saw the naked, frightened soul behind his eyes. The lady boarder knew. I heard her say a cruel thing.
"Your book is home,"
she said,
"for Sunday dinner."
but he passed her by without the slightest turning of his head. She hated him, and so mid-autumn fell with no abating coolness. Each new sun was like a murderer let out of locks, and life went sickly, praying to be done. A night fell when all sleep was vain. I rose and stumbled to the window full of stars. That was my share of heaven. There I stood, letting the soft night seep into my scars. The window opened on a little court, and suddenly a feeble thrust of flame stabbed like a pettish dagger through the dark. Out of the night a ragged breathing came. I saw the basement boarder stooping down, his lean face bloodied with the touch of light. A tongue of fire licked his hands, and died, brief as the flutter of a star in flight. Somehow I sensed a tragedy. The gloom was like a grave. The light leaped up no more. I turned and groped down through the breathless house until I saw him crouching by his door. He stood there, staring at his empty hands, as though they'd done his dearest dream to death. The palms were soiled and smeared with paper ash. There was a reek of whiskey on his breath. "What's this?" I said. He raised his head and smiled with a deep drunkenness that touched his soul.
"I'll tell you what it is. I've been a fool. The sort of fool that makes a dream his goal. I've worked my heart out, done a decent thing, and no one wants it. No one wants to look beneath the surface of this world of ours. It's all damned artifice. I've burned my book."
Even to me the thing seemed tragical, as though he'd set a torch to half himself. "What?" I cried. "Burned your splendid poetry? Laid yourself out like that upon a shelf? What will you do?"
"I'll do as other men. Harness my talent, as a modern should. I'll do the obvious, with all my age. The cheap, the counterfeit, the understood. I've a new job this night. A fine new job."
He spat into the shadows of the place.
"Verse-making on a magazine, the sort that wears a painted simper on its face. I'm rich. And drunk. I had to drink or scream, and drink goes deep with me. Get me to bed. I've slaughter on my soul, and verse to make. My editor wants something light, he said. Something that's brisk and funny."
There he stood, with those raw, suffering eyes, and stared at me, until I near cried out. He was so white, and older than a man should be. I swear whole ages crumbled in his face, for he had dreamed, and dreams are ancient things, bearing a harsher reckoning than time when once despair has crumbled up their wings. I got him stripped and into bed at last, the poor spent lad. He lay there still and stark, his smudged hands clenched across his shallow chest, and moaned once as I crept out through the dark. Success came to him swiftly, made him drunk. He gulped life as a drunkard gulps his bowl, forgetting all his splendid futile dreams. He was an altered person to his soul. He fattened and grew flushed. He learned to sneer. His verses ran like swift malignant flame, smirching the thing they touched and burning on to wipe the pathway for his striding fame. He left the basement then, soared up 2 flights with braggart wings, bought furniture and prints. Nonsense we called it, and to crown the show decked out his trappings in a flowered chintz. But that phase passed. His true self's tide flowed back. We saw him drowning in his own strange deeps. A crawling restlessness crept from his eyes, the sort of serpent thing that never sleeps. A month or 2 he clung to his gay nest, beat his wings breathlessly within a shell, made himself live with all his flaunted things, grim as a tortured convict in a cell. And then his self conquered. One May night, when earth was breathing fragrance to his core, and open windows drank the breath of spring, he came and stood within my open door.
"Please,"
he said,
"would you mind?"
And there he stopped, sucking his cheeks in like a timid boy.
"I've gone back to the basement. I've gone back. The other room made life seem just a toy, and that's not right. There's something more to life than turning it to playthings. I've gone back to find my book again, to do the work I'd planned to do, according to my knack."
"Your book," I said. "Your book? You burned it, boy?" He flinched.
"I know. I feel its ashes still, here on my hands. That's what I want of you. I know that you can help me, if you will."
His tone was light, and yet I heard him breathe as men do in the ache and grip of strife. I rose and went with him. Again he said,
"There's something more than toys to make of life."
The basement, with its yellow tooth of light, grinned at us like a long familiar face, whose daily want of ugliness revealed mounts to a sin within a moment's space. Its gaping door still breathed the winter's chill. Its single window, level with the street, flickered with fragments of the passing world, hummed with whispered drudgery of feet. And yet to him its very bareness was like a savage penance. Standing there, he bruised himself upon its ugliness until the sweat stood out beneath his hair.
"I asked you down,"
he said,
"to help me think, to help remember."
Once again the sweat stood out on him, and as I looked I knew it was his soul had made his body wet. He gripped me with the hunger of his eyes. Hard as a knife his glance was, hard as steel.
"How did it go, my book? I've thought and thought until my brain is going like a wheel."
I stared at him in sudden choking pain. "Boy," I said, "for my life." He cried,
"You must! It's all behind a door inside your mind. It's there if you will brush aside the dust. My own mind's locked against me. Now and then a line comes back, a bare crumb at the most. My plan, my meaning, all the soul within, peers with faded features of a ghost."
"It was the town," I said, "in all its guise, the town. It was the crowds along the street, faces and spires and stately ships and dreams, desires and winnings, and I think defeat."
"Defeat?"
he gasped.
"Defeat?"
And then he dropped down at his palsied desk and bowed his head upon his arms. I felt my flesh grow cold as though that gesture meant a man struck dead.
"Oh,"
he said from the prison of his arms.
"What god would wreck a man with one mistake? Give him two selves, and to each self a sword, so he's half slain or ever he's awake."
He raised his haggard face.
"In every man there is division of the dust and dream, and youth is just the crossing of the swords before he takes his place within the scheme. The town's a citadel for all things flesh, and yet a man might storm it with a song, played he not traitor to himself. I quit, and oh, it was the quitting that was wrong. I was so lonely for a thing to love. A single look, a passing word of praise. I was as near to triumph as a smile. And now defeat, defeat for all my days. Cities are cruel things,"
he whispered then.
"Their slaves are failure, and their gods defeat."
In at the window came a thrust of wind, bearing the weary music of the street. He leaped up with an oath, snapped off the light. An instant unforgettable there gleamed his white face. Then a whisper through the dark.
"I would to God that I had never dreamed."
The years go slowly in a boarding house, sharpened with neither passions nor despairs. Time seems to falter in those dim gray halls. The days are only footsteps on the stairs. The basement yawned for tenants, but none came. It seemed completer for its emptiness. Gay Heart had been its last. To me the room still wore the mantle of his soul's distress. I never saw his face but once again. It was a sharp cold midnight in the fall. Broadway lay flaming like a polished sword, as though one night were given to flame its all. The theatres, bright-mouthed, poured forth a stream of pallid faces that the glare struck dead. The street crawled, and the noise went up to God in formless cries, like some great need unsaid. The buffet of false brightness swept the night with rosy blushes to the firmament. Here ran the riot of a hoarded world. Here life was only reckoned to be spent. And here, carved in that graceless art of fire, stood Gay Heart's name, a star's height o'er the street. His words came back to me as clear as bells.
Their slaves are failure, and their gods defeat.
Was this defeat, then? Was his fame defeat? I knew the sort of comic thing he had done. Had he forgot those ashes on his hands? Had he by hard forgetting played and won? Then suddenly I saw him in the crowd, beneath that scarlet flaunting of his name. A smooth, smug mask of flesh was on him now. He was the very creature of his fame. His boyishness had died. His hard, clean youth was gone forever 'neath a whelm of clay. Yet as I looked, I saw him lift his head, and all his grossness seemed to fall away. His hungry look went straight to heaven's throne, high up into the folded book of stars, and on his face I saw the quest again. He was the seeker, fainting with his scars. One glimpse, and he was gone, a soul blown on and lost at last beneath those painted skies. Yet he still lives. There never dawns a day but I behold him in the city's eyes. The North American Review, Dana Burnett. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To a Gentleman Reformer by Louis Untermeyer. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Cavita. Keep it, your torn and rotting decency, your antique toga with its quaint misfit. Keep it. The world has little use for it, or swaddled truths too bashful to be free. This is no age for sick humility, or queasy goodness without strength enough to dare the keen and hungry edge of love, or fear that wraps itself in chastity. Hide in its crumbling folds. How should you know that virtue may be dirty and can grow furtive and festering in a mind obscene? How should you know the world's glad, vulgar heart, the sensual health that is the richest part of life, so frankly carnal and so clean? The Masses, Louis Untermeyer. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Old King Cole by Edwin Arlington Robinson. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. In Tilbury Town did old King Cole a wise old age anticipate, desiring with his pipe and bowl no Khan's extravagant estate. No crown annoyed his honest head, no fiddlers 3 were called or needed, for 2 disastrous airs instead made music more than ever 3 did. Bereft of her with whom his life was harmony without a flaw, he took no other for a wife, nor sighed for any that he saw. And if he doubted his 2 sons and heirs, Alexis and Evander, he might have been as doubtful once of Robert Burns or Alexander. Alexis in his early youth began to steal from old and young, Likewise Evander, and the truth was like a bad taste on his tongue. Born thieves and liars, their affair seemed only to be tarred with evil, the most insufferable pair of scamps that ever cheered the devil. The world went on, their fame went on, and they went on from bad to worse, till, goaded hot with nothing done, and each accoutred with a curse, the friends of old King Cole by twos, and fours and sevens and 11s, pronounced unalterable views of doings that were not of heavens. And having learned again whereby their baleful zeal had come about, King Cole met many a wrathful eye, so kindly that its wrath went out, or partly out, say what they would, he seemed the more to court their candour, but never told what kind of good was in Alexis or Evander. And old King Cole, with many a puff that haloed his urbanity, would smoke till he had smoked enough, and listen most attentively. He beamed as with an inward light that had the Lord's assurance in it, and once a man was there all night, expecting something every minute. But whether from too little thought, or too much fealty to the bowl, a dim reward was all he got for sitting up with old King Cole. Though mine, the father mused aloud, are not the sons I would have chosen, shall I, less evilly endowed, by their infirmity be frozen? They'll have a bad end, I'll agree, but I was never born to groan, for I can see what I can see, and I'm accordingly alone. With open heart and open door, I love my friends, I like my neighbours, but if I try to tell you more, your doubts will overmatch my labours. This pipe would never make me calm, this bowl my grief would never drown, for grief like mine there is no balm in Gilead or in Tilbury town. And if I see what I can see, I know not any way to blind it, nor more if any way may be, for you to grope or fly to find it. There may be room for ruin yet, and ashes for a wasted love, or like one whom you may forget, I may have meat you know not of. And if I'd rather live than weep meanwhile, do you find that surprising? Why, bless my soul, the man's asleep. That's good, the sun will soon be rising. Scribner's Magazine, Edwin Arlington Robinson. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lincoln by Wendell Phillips Stafford. Read for LibriVox.org by Cassie Davidson. April 15th, 1865 through 1915. O thou that on this April day went down the bitter road to death, while freedom stumbled on her way, her beacon blown out with a breath. Look back upon thy people now. Behold the work thy hands have wrought, the conquest of thy bleeding brow, the harvest of thy sleepless thought. From sea to sea, from palm to pine, the day of lord and slave is done. The wind will float no flag but thine, the long divided house is won. More proudly will Potomac wind past thy pure temple to the sea, but ah, the hearts of men will find no marble white enough for thee. Washington Evening Star by Wendell Phillips Stafford. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. To Edgar Lee Masters by Richard Butler Glaenzer. Read for LibriVox.org by Cassie Davidson. Ever since you revealed to me Spoon River, I have understood what Keats meant us to feel in his sonnet on Chapman's Homer. But your river is broader than the Pacific. and the glass you have swung down to our eyes has made visible most of heaven and more of hell and all of charity. The critics are still squinting and humming and hawing. Is this poetry or is it prose? Life must be branded for the market. Art must be labeled like a mummy. And what of truth? Spoon River has flooded their pigeonholes and blurred their formulas. They will revenge themselves by making you a fade. Critics, remember Chanticleer. He did not crow in the sun. He cannot crow it out. The rhymers are still mumbling and invoking Euterpe. This is not poetry, nor is it prose. Art must be shapely gemmed, a reliquary. Life must be tuneful, like a caged canary. And what of truth? Spoon River has risen and spreads on, threatening their mincing gait. They console themselves with, anyone can do this. Rhymers, remember Walter Simmons. I, one of you, agree with him. I didn't have the brains. I glory in the lyric masters of our past, but you have swept through my heart on a river whose rhythm is life. Its waves have marched through my soul to a music whose art is beauty. You have buffeted and choked me and left me bruised, but at peace. For both blow and balm issued from the hands of truth. She is the genius of your power. I glory in the lyric masters of our past, but you have made for me a glory of our present. The scholar in me has always leaned to the quiet gray, the lover of the open, of its message to the simple Wordsworth, the idealist, the dreamer, to Shelley. But I would sooner have written the admission of Fiddler Jones than the elegy, or the vision of Faith Matheny than the intimations. Shelley would have crowned you with his crown. As the Nile to Egypt, so Spoon River to the New World. Reedy's Mirror by Richard Butler Glaenzer. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Washington McNeely by Edgar Lee Masters. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. Rich, honored by my fellow citizens, the father of many children, born of a noble mother, all raised there in the great mansion house at the edge of town. Note the cedar tree on the lawn. I sent all the boys to Ann Arbor, all of the girls to Rockford, the while my life went on, getting more riches and honors, resting under my cedar tree at evening. The years went on. I sent the girls to Europe. I dowered them when married. I gave the boys money to start in business. They were strong children, promising as apples before the bitten places show. But John fled the country in disgrace. Jenny died in childbirth. I sat under my cedar tree. Harry killed himself after a debauch. Susan was divorced. I sat under my cedar tree. Paul was invalided from overstudy. Mary became a recluse at home for love of a man. I sat under my cedar tree. All were gone, or broken-winged, or devoured by life. I sat under my cedar tree. My mate, the mother of them, was taken. I sat under my cedar tree, till 90 years were told. O maternal earth, which rocks the fallen leaf to sleep. Reedy's Mirror, Edgar Lee Masters. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Vinegar Man by Ruth Comfort Mitchell. Read for LibriVox.org. The crazy old vinegar man is dead. He never had missed a day before. Somebody went to his tumble-down shed by the haunted house and forced the door. There in the litter of his pungent pans, the murky mess of his mixing place, deep sticky spiders and empty cans, with the same old frown on his sour old face. Vinegar, 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 man, face us and chase us and catch us if you can. Pepper for a tongue, pickle for a nose, stick a pin in 'em and vinegar flows. Glare at us, swear at us, catch us if you can. Ketchup and chow chow and vinegar, man. Nothing but recipes and worthless junk. Greasy old records of paid and due, but down in the depths of a battered trunk, a queer quaint valentine torn in two. Red hearts and arrows and silver lace, and a prim, dim, ladylike script that said, "O vinegar man with the sour old face, with dearest love from Ellen to Ned. Steal us and peel us and drown us in brine. He pickles his heart in a valentine. Vinegar for blood, pepper for his tongue. Stick a pin in 'em, and once he was young. Glare at us, swear at us, catch us if you can. With dearest love to the vinegar man." Dingy little books of profit and loss died about Saturday, so they say, and a queer quaint valentine torn across. Torn, but it was never thrown away. With dearest love from Ellen to Ned. Old Pepper Tongue pickles his heart in brine. The vinegar man is long time dead. He died when he tore his valentine. The Smart Set, Ruth Comfort Mitchell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hannah Armstrong by Edgar Lee Masters. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Bear. I wrote him a letter, asking him for old time's sake to discharge my sick boy from the army. But maybe he couldn't read it. Then I went to town and had James Garber, who wrote beautifully, write him a letter. But maybe that was lost in the mails. So I traveled all the way to Washington. I was more than an hour finding the White House, and when I found it, they turned me away, hiding their smiles. Then I thought, oh well, he ain't the same as when I boarded him, and he and my husband worked together, and all of us called him Abe there in Menard. As a last attempt, I turned to a guard and said, "Please say it's old Aunt Hannah Armstrong from Illinois, come to see him about her sick boy in the army." Well, just in a moment they let me in, and when he saw me he broke in a laugh, and dropped his business as president, and wrote in his own hand Doug's discharge, talking the while of the early days, and telling stories. Reedy's Mirror, Edgar Lee Masters. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Beyond the War by Olive Tilford Dargon. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Bear. 1. Now sears the planet like a leaf, unburnt and shaken Yggdrasil. What voice have we for this wide ill? How shall we mourn when God in grief bows for a world he made and lost, at love's eternal cost? 'Tis not that brides shall turn to stone, and mothers bend with bitter cry, cursing the day they did not die, when daring death they bore a son, and waste shall lift their thin hands up for famine's empty cup. 'Tis not that piled in bleeding mounds these fathers, sons, and brothers moan, or torn apart the seas go down, glad that the waves may hide their wounds. Not that the lips that knew our kiss are parched and black, but this, that thou must pause, O vaulting mind, untrammeled leaper in the sun, pause stricken by the spear of one, the savage thou hast left behind. Fall, gibber, fade, and final pass, less than returning grass. That hate shall end what love began, and strip from life her human boast. The Maker's whitest dream be lost, the dream he trusted to the man who upright rose and stared, farther than eagle dared. That now the red lust blinds the eye, that bore the vision held the star, and where life's fossil recreants are, another bone and skull shall lie, while she to dust must stoop again to build her more than men. But as the blackest marble lit with struggles of a birthless dawn, nay, as behind her door undrawn, hell forges key that opens it, and souls that troop to light and breath cast habit then of death. Our dark, this dark, wears still a gleam, O God, thou wilt not turn thine eyes for comfort to thine other skies, some other star that saved thy dream, until her gory fiends fordone, night wrestles to the sun. Canst find no cheer in this, that o'er our moaning, wreaking battle dews, and redder than the blood we lose, more hot and swift in surge before, war's shriek and smoke goes up as flame, the scarlet of our shame. Stripped and unchristianed in a day, made naked by one blast of war, bare as the beasts we know we are, not less shame marks the man, and they who wear the blush of fang and claw may yet make love their law. For honor lift we dripping hands, her home we lose the storm of steel, till over the earth thy homeless reel. Her country, thine are all the lands. We pray, but thou hast seen our dead, who knew not why they bled. So warm were they, with destinies like straining stars, that lustrously bore Goethe's, Newton's not to be. Long live the king! So warm were these, that dropped, and the cold moon alone may count them, stone by stone. Ah, courage! what slain dreams of men thy blind brave eyes here shut upon! Let reckoners to come outrun this unstaunched loss, dumb until then. We wet eternity with tears, the aching score is hers. 3. O brothers of the lyre and reed, lend not a note to this wild fray, where Christ still cries in agony. They know not, Father, thou dost bleed. Cast here no song, like flower pressed to slaughter's seething breast, but be the minstrel breath of peace. For her alone lift up your lyre, mad with the old celestial fire, or on our earth let music cease, while keep we day and night the long, dumb funeral of song. And if among ye one should rise, blind garlander of armored crime, trailing the jungle in a rhyme, let him be set neath blackened skies, by morning doors, and there begin the last chant of our sin. Long gone the warrior's dancing plume, that played o'er battle's early day, and now must this song be laid away. Child relic, that was glory's bloom, and man, who cannot sing his scars, is he not done with wars? Aye, hearts deny the feet of haste, and as they muster, oh, they break. Hate's loudest fife no more can wake in them the lust to kill and waste, and madly perish full on full, that might the brute may rule. We hope love walks thee yet, O earth, through thy untunable days she glows, a bowed but yet untrampled rose, wearing the fearless flush of birth. Yea, in our song the shame doth see thyself her harp to be. Ye ages turning men to mold, the past be thine, the future ours. God hear us. There are infant powers stronger than giant sins of old. To all the hells that are and were, man rises challenger. Though now, at final autumn seem, our world with blood and ashes wound, unfaltering spring shall choose her ground. Man shall rebuild with bolder dream, the God astir in every limb, and earth be green for him. And peace shall cast afar her seed, shall set the fields where skulls have lain, with altar herb for every pain, with myrtle and with turned reed, till stars that watch have sign to sing a sister's flowering. Scribner's Magazine, Olive Tilford Dargon. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Vision of Spring by Risley Torrance. Read for LibriVox.org by Chinmay Hota. Dated 20th September 2023. Bhubaneswar, India. A Vision of Spring. Late winter 1915. In the night, at the sound of winter thunder, as I brooded upon my wounded planet, from my country, beyond the reddened waters, all my thoughts were at once of spring returning. Broken rain from the gulf upon my window passed down shadowy ways, and there was silence. Out of quietness light arose within me, shedding luminous magic on the darkness. Moon on moon from a cloud of vanished Aprils lit my heart with a dream of springs remembered. Unborn beauty in flowers not yet risen waved before me in bright immortal pastures, till alone of the year's four worlds of wonder, spring seemed tender and I forgot the others. Only spring could assuage my grieving planet, scourged with graves of young men darkly fallen. In long harrowing straightness on the meadows, none seemed healing beside the blossom season. When grass rises, I thought, these furrows will lie hidden forever under beauty. On each slipper a loveliness arising soon shall cover his deep unwhispered trouble. None will signal of anguish from these trenches, none find sorrow among the roots of roses. One thing only is needed, rainbowed springtime. Peace flows out of it, all its ways are peaceful. So I longed for the time of apple blossoms. All my dreams were upon the blowing lilacs. But some whirlwind that held the winter's secret rose and lifting the frozen days as curtains, showed me time as an upper sky of crystal, flushed with images yet to be reflected. There past lightnings I saw the coming season, filled with shapes of things to be unfolded, but no healing was there, I saw none solaced, saw no comfort uplifted by the snowdrop. Nothing beautiful rose, but close above it, shadows thwarted its mercy for the gazer. By the crocus and by the valley lily stood the sorrowful, stood the broken-hearted. There they drank who had thirsted from the autumn, bitter windowings poured among the gardens. By the rivers where the trystings kept with ashes, there I saw, but I could not reach the children, turned from happiness, looking to the trenches. Saw them test of grindings of false anger. Soon behind them the granite eyes of hunger saw things terrible born among the roses. All was barren as ever in the winter, earth embattled against the morning heavens, one star warring against the many lonely, nothing comforted, nothing unendangered. And I thought that I heard the spring cry around me, all about me the voice of springtime crying, I am barren, barren, for love has left me. I am nothing without his breath to warm me. My beloved was mine among the lilies, timeless dawnings before these heavens gathered. There he found me and sealed me with his kisses. There I gave him the world's unstained, unwarring. But earth's children with wilful children scorned him, whom I called and desire until the daybreak. I fly sorrowful then until his coming. I pour solace to none of all the mournful, till earth's children, the children sad receive him. I have sorrow, sorrow till love's returning. Then at last from a deep behind the whirlwind, One still wisdom arose and shook my spirit, and I knew if the golden spring comes loveless, earth shall mourn, but the bitter moons flow empty. Though old mockeries plant the thorny trusses, all the fruitage of still repose has fallen. Love comes weaponless, all forgiving, tender, olive filleted for thee, peace enduring. Oh, that endlessly earth would stream the heavens with one music of all assenting welcome. Strong, miraculous, then would spring reveal him, swift love walking on wavings of the crocus, holding tenderly, holding safe the broken. Dove low waters among the kindled willows, then would lift to anoint a dust unsaddened, piercing cries of the spirit from the marshes, melt with the chorusings sweet upon the hillside. Harp-like mysteries called through glowing orchards, sigh, invisible laughters from the thickets. All that uttered the dream while earth turned heedless, then with facets of song would cool its fever. Unbelievably then would love inhabit all green places within the heart outpouring, spring with thunder of all her myriad fountains in one cup for the healing of the nations, till envisionings all as on a mountain would with trembling above the fallen blindness look on love and discern him as the sunlight, red with dreams, and above the treading glory, out of opening heavens, the dove descending. The New Republic. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Laughters by Louis Untermeyer. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Bear. Spring, and her hidden bugles up the street. Spring, and the sweet laughter of winds at the crossing. Laughter of birds in a fountain tossing its hair in abandoned ecstasies. Laughter of trees. Laughter of shop girls that giggle and blush. Laughter of the tugboat's impertinent fife. Laughter followed by a trembling hush. Laughter of love, scarce whispered aloud, then stilled by no sacredness or strife. Laughter that leaps from the crowd, seizing the world in a rush. Laughter of life. Earth takes deep breaths like a man who had feared he might smother, filling his lungs before bursting into a shout. Windows are opened, curtains flying out. Over the wash lines women call to each other, and under the calling there surges too clearly to doubt. Spring with the noises of shrill little voices, joining in tag, and the furious chase of I Spy, Red Rover, and Prisoner's Base. Of the roller skates whir at the sidewalk slope, of boys playing marbles and the girls skipping rope. And there down the avenue, behold, the first true herald of spring, the hand organ gasping and wheezily murmuring its tunes 10 years old. And the music, trivial and tawdry, has freshness and magical swing, and over and under it, during and after, the laughter of spring. And lifted still, with the common thrill, with the throbbing air, the tingling vapor, that rose like strong and mingled wines, I turn to my paper and read these lines. Now that spring is here, the war enters its bloodiest phase. The men are impatient. Bad road storms and the rigors of the winter have held back the contending armies. But the recruits have arrived, and are waiting only the first days of warm weather. There will be terrible fighting along the whole line, now that spring has come. I put the paper down. Something struck out the sun. Something unseen. Something arose like a dark wave to drown the golden streets with sickly green. Something polluted the blossoming day with the touch of decay. The music thinned and died. People seemed hollow-eyed, Even the faces of children, where gaiety lingers, sagged and drooped like banners about to be furled. And silence laid its bony fingers on the lips of the world. A grisly quiet with the power to choke, a quiet that only one thing broke. One thing alone rose up thereafter. Laughter. Laughter of streams running red, laughter of evil things in the night, vultures carousing over the dead, laughter of ghouls, chuckling of idiots cursed with sight, laughter of dark and horrible pools, scream of the bullets rattling mirth, sweeping the earth, laughed of the cannon's poisonous breath, and over the shouts and the wreckage and crumbling, the raucous and rumbling, laughter of death, death that arises to sing, hailing the spring. The Masses, Louis Untermeyer. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
God and the Strong Ones by Margaret Whittemere. Read for LibriVox.org.
Strong Ones, read by Larry Wilson.
God, read by David Purdy.
Narrator, read by Kevin S.
We have made them fools and weak.
Said the Strong Ones.
We have bound them. They are dumb and deaf and blind. We have crushed them in our hands like a heap of crumbling sands. We have left them not to seek or find. They are quiet at our feet.
Said the Strong Ones.
We have made them one with wood and stone and clod. Serf and laborer and woman, they are less than wise or human.
I shall raise the weak,
saith God.
They are stirring in the dark,
said the Strong Ones.
They are struggling who were moveless like the dead. We can hear them cry and strain hand and foot against the chain. We can hear their heavy upward tread. What if they are restless?
Said the Strong Ones.
What if they have stirred beneath the rod? Fools and weak and blinded men, we can tread them down again.
Shall ye conquer me?
Saith God.
They are evil and brutes,
said the Strong Ones.
They are ingrates of the ease and peace we give. We have stooped to them in grace, and they mock us to our face. How shall we give light to them and live? They are all unworthy grace,
said the Strong Ones.
They that cowered at our lightest look and nod.
This that now ye pause and weigh, of your grace may prove one day mercy that ye need,
saith God.
They will trample us and bind,
said the Strong Ones.
We are crushed beneath the blackened feet and hands. All the strong and fair and great they will crush from out the state. They will whelm it like the weight of pressing sands. They are maddened and are blind,
said the Strong Ones.
Black decay has come where they have trod. They will break the world in twain if their hands are on the rein.
What is that to me?
Saith God.
Ye have made them in their strength, who were strong ones. Ye have only taught the blackness ye have known. These are evil men and blind, aye, but moulded to your mind. How can ye cry out against your own? Ye have held the light and beauty I have given, far above the muddied ways where they must plod. Ye have builded this your Lord with the lash and with the sword. Reap what ye have sown,
saith God. The Masses, Margaret Whittemere. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On the Porch by Harriet Monroe. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Bear. As I lie, roofed in, screened in, from the pattering rain, the summer rain, as I lie, snug and dry, and hear the birds complain. Oh, billow on billow, oh, roar on roar, over me wash the seas of war. Over me, down, down, lunges and plunges the huge gun with its one blind eye, the armored train, and swooping out of the sky, the aeroplane, down, down, the army proudly swinging, under gay flags, the glorious dead heaped up like rags, a church with bronze bells ringing, a city all towers, gardens of lovers and flowers, the round world swinging, in the light of the sun, all broken, undone, all down, under black surges of thunder. O billow on billow, O roar on roar, over me wash the seas of war. As I lie roofed in, screened in, from the pattering rain, the summer rain, as I lie snug and dry, and hear the birds complain. Poetry, a magazine of verse. Harriet Monroe. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Men Have Wings at Last by Josephine Preston Peabody. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Bear. Aircraft and the War. Wolf, wolf stay at home, prowler, scout, clanless and castaways and ailing with the drought, out from your hidings, hither to the call, lift up your eyes to the high windfall, lift up your eyes from the poisoned spring, overhead, overhead, the dragon thing, what should it bring, poising on the wing? Wolf, wolf old one, I saw it, even I. Yesterday the thing came by, prowling out the outpost of the last lean wood, by the grey waste ashes where the minster stood, and out through the cloister where the belfry fronts, the marketplace and the town was once, high, high above the bright wide square, and the folk all flocking together, unaware. The thing with the wings came there. Brother Vulture saw it, and called me as it passed. Look and see, men have wings at last. By the eyeless belfry I saw it overhead, poised like a hawk, like a storm unshed, near the huddled doves there, from the shattered cote. I watched too, and it smote. Not a threat of thunder, not an armed man, where the fury struck and the fleet fire ran, but girl child, man child, mothers and their young, new-born of woman, with milk upon its tongue, nursling where it clung. Not a talon reached they, yet the lords of prey, but left the red dregs there, rent and cast away, fled from the spoils there, scattered things accursed. It was not for hunger, it was not for thirst. From the eyeless belfry, Brother Vulture laughed. This is all we have to see for his master craft. Old ones and lean ones, never now too fast. Men have wings at last. Brought they any tidings for us from the sun? No, my chief, not one. Left they not a road sign, how the way was won? No, my chief, none. But girl child, man child, creature yet unborn, doe and fawn together so, weltering and torn, new-born of woman, where the flagstones bled, better can the vultures do for the shamed dead. Rode dust sobbing where the lightning burst. It was not for hunger, it was not for thirst. Wrought they not some token that the stars look on? No, my chief, none. Never yet a message from the highways overhead? Brother, I have said. Old years, grey years, years of growing things, we have toiled and kept the watch with our wanderings, but to see what things should be when that men had wings. sea mark, sea wall, ships above the tide, mine and Mulway under earth to have its hidden pride. Not enough, not enough, more and more beside. Bridle for our proud of Maine, then the triple yoke, ox goad and lash again, and bonded fellow folk. Not enough, not enough, for his master stroke, thunder trapped and muttering and led away for thrall, lightning leashed together then, at his beck and call. Not enough, not enough, for his wherewithal. He must look with evil eye on the spaces of the sky, he must scheme and try, while all we with dread and awe, sheathing and unsheathing claw, watch apart and prophesy that we never saw. Wings to seek his more and more, where we knew us blind, wings to make him conqueror, with his master mind, wings that he outwatch, outsoar, eagle and his kind. Lo, the dream fulfilled at last, and the dread outgrown, broken as a bird's heart, fallen as a stone. What was he to make afraid, hating all that he had made, hating all his own? Scatter to your strongholds till the race is run, doe and fawn together, so soon it will be done. Never now, ship without a mast, in the harbors of the sun, do you make fast. But the flood shall cleanse again every blackened trail of men, men with wings at last. Boston Transcript, Josephine Preston Peabody. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sure It's Fun by Richard Butler Glenser. Read for LibriVox.org by Am Lee. What fun to be a soldier, every kid. Sure it's fun to be a soldier. Oh, it's fun, fun, fun. Upon an iron shoulder blade to tote a feather gun. To hike with other brave galoots in easy-going army boots. To pack along a 1-ounce sack the commissary on your track. To tramp, tramp, tramp to a right and ready camp. Fun, sure it's fun, just the finest ever sun. Yes, it's fun to be a soldier. Oh, it's fun, fun, fun. To loaf along a level road beneath a cloudless sun, or over fields of golden grain, kept cool by puffs of wind and rain, then richly, more than fully fed, to stretch upon a downy bed, and sleep, 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 while the stay-at-homes weep. Fun, sure it's fun, just the finest ever sun. Oh, it's fun to be a soldier. Oh, it's fun, fun, fun. To catch the silly enemy and get 'em on the run. To here and there blow off a head with just a bit of chuckling lead. To bayonet a foolish bloke at hide and seek in trench and smoke. To shoot, shoot, shoot till they've got no legs to scoot. Fun, sure it's fun. Just the finest ever sun. God, it's fun to be a soldier. Oh, it's fun, fun, fun. To lie out still and easy when your day's sport's done, with not a thing to worry for, nor anything to hurry for. Not hungry, thirsty, tired, but a hero much admired. Just dead, 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 like Jack and Bill and Fred. Fun. Sure it's fun, just the finest ever sun. Boston Transcript, Richard Butler Glenser. End of poem. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Harvest Moon, 1914, by Josephine Preston Peabody. Read for LibriVox.org by Winifred Assman. Over the twilight field, the overflowing field, over the glimmering field, and bleeding furrows with their sodden yield of sheaves that still did writhe after the scythe, the teeming field, and darkly overstrewn with all the garnered fullness of that noon, two looked upon each other. One was a woman men had called their mother, and one the harvest moon. And one the harvest moon, who stood, who gazed on those unquiet gleanings where they bled, till the lone woman said, "But we were crazed. We should laugh now together, I and you, we two. You for your ever dreaming it was worth a star's while to look on and light the earth, and I forever telling to my mind glory it was and gladness to give birth to humankind. Yes, I that ever thought it not amiss to give the breath to men, for men to slay again, lording it over anguish, but to give my life that men might live for this. You will be laughing now, remembering I called you once dead world and barren thing. Yes, so we named you then, you far more wise than to give life to men. Over the field that there gave back the skies a scattered upward stare from blank white eyes, the furrowed field that lay, striving a while, through many a bleeding dune of throbbing clay, but dumb and quiet soon. She looked and went her way, the harvest moon. Boston Transcript, Josephine Preston Peabody. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Wind in the Corn by E. Sutton. Read for LibriVox.org by Robert Gordon. September 2023. Summer silence dreaming downward with the cawing of the crow. Where the woodlands mount in billows, where the clearings bask and glow. And the wind that hovers all the scented hills between, ripples the embattled cornfields, dashes, slashes through the green. Here and thither, yon and hither, as the long leaves slat and slither, as the breathings fall and rise, as the shadow flows and flies. Wind from the embattled ages that have come and gone no whither, a wind in the corn that cries. Oft of old your fathers hearkened, in our rustle on the breeze, to the song of all the future, to the fruitful centuries. From the soil whence we were born, from the land where ye were born, shall a foeman reap the harvest in the sower's spite and scorn? O eastward out of Shasta to Monadnock and the morn, cries the wind in the corn. Sprang we by the settler's cabin, with the pioneers went forth, by the wash of southern rivers, through the lakeland of the north. Axe and rifle win our pathway, at their call the wild departs, and we wave from furrows hallowed by the blood of warrior hearts. Here and thither, yon and hither, wend the fighters keen and lither, and the forest falls and dies, and the lurking savage flies. Has their hardihood departed like the wind that blows no whither? The wind in the corn that cries. Fair and broad the fields they planted, robber bands are overseas. What but naked steel ensureth peace to riches like these? From the soil whence we were born, from the land where ye were born, shall a sword destroy the harvest in the sower's spite and scorn? O from Lusk to Opelousas, and the marish lands forlorn, cries the wind in the corn. We that nerved your father's sinews, we that nourished armed men, shall we feed unwarlike traitors when assault intends again? Learn from us, our bannered armies marshaled in their long array. Not but trained and ordered legions can abide the fateful day. Call them hither, call them thither, lest your manhood shrink and wither, lest your storied empire dies, lest your name, your honor flies, empty name and empty honor, like the wind that blows no whither, the wind in the corn that cries. Past are ancient times and simple, when each hour could face its need. Greatness greatly dealing gathers forces equal to the deed. From the soil whence we were born, from the land where ye were born. Shall the skillful sword be lacking? Shall your weakness be a scorn? Oh, from Navesink to Napa, through the great peaks rent and torn, cries the wind in the corn. Scribner's Magazine, E. Sutton. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Battle Sleep by Edith Wharton. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Somewhere, O sun, some corner there must be, thou visitest, where down the strand, quietly still, the waves go out to sea from the green fringes of a pastoral land. Deep in the orchard bloom the roof trees stand, the brown sheep graze along the bay, and through the apple boughs above the sand, the bees' hum sounds no fainter than the spray. There through uncounted hours declines the day to the low arch of twilight's close, and just as night about the moon grows grey, one sail leans westward to the fading rose. Giver of dreams, O thou with scatheless wing, forever moving through the fiery hail, to flame-seared lids the cooling vision bring, and let some soul go seaward with that sail. Century Magazine, Edith Wharton. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Bombardment by Amy Lowell. Read for LibriVox.org by Robert Gordon, December 2023. Slowly, without force, the rain drops into the city. It stops a moment on the carved head of St. John, then slides on again, slipping and trickling over his stone cloak. It splashes from the lead conduit of a gargoyle and falls from it in turmoil on the stones in the cathedral square. Where are the people, and why does the fretted steeple sweep about in the sky? Boom! The sound swings against the rain. Boom! Again! After it, only water rushing in the gutters and the turmoil from the spout of the gargoyle. Silence, ripples and mutters. Boom! The room is damp, but warm. Little flashes swarm about from the firelight. The lustres of the chandelier are bright, and clusters of rubies leap in the bohemian glass on the étagère. Her hands are restless, but the white masses of her hair are quite still. Boom! Will it never cease to torture? This iteration? Boom! The vibration shatters a glass on the étagère. It lies there, formless and glowing, withal. Its crimson gleams shot out of pattern, spilled, flowing red, blood red. A thin bell note pricks through the silence. A door creaks. The old lady speaks. "Victor, Clear away that broken glass. Alas, madame, the Bohemian glass. Yes, Victor. 100 years ago my father bought it. Boom! The room shakes. The servitor quakes. Another goblet shivers and breaks. Boom! It rustles at the window pane, the smooth, streaming rain, and he is shut within its clash and murmur. Inside is his candle, his table, his ink, his pen, and his dreams. He is thinking, and the walls are pierced with beams of sunshine, slipping through young green. A fountain tosses itself up at the blue sky, and through the spattered water in the basin he can see copper carp, lazily floating among cold leaves. A wind harp in a cedar tree grieves and whispers, and words blow into his brain, bubbled, iridescent, shooting up like flowers of fire, higher and higher. Boom! The flame flowers snap on their slender stems. The fountain rears up in long broken spears of disheveled water and flattens into the earth. Boom! And there is only the room, the table, the candle, and the sliding rain. Again, boom! 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 He stuffs his fingers into his ears. He sees corpses and cries out in fright. Boom! It is night, and they are shelling the city. Boom! Boom! A child wakes and is afraid, and weeps in the darkness. What has made the bed shake?
Mother, where are you? I am awake.
Hush, my darling. I am here.
But, Mother, something so queer happened. The room shook.
Boom!
Oh, what is it? What is the matter?
Boom!
Where is Father? I am so afraid.
Boom! The child sobs and shrieks. The house trembles and creaks. Boom! Retorts, globes, tubes, and files lie shattered. All his trials oozing across the floor. The life that was his choosing, lonely, urgent, goaded by a hope, all gone. A weary man in a ruined laboratory that was his story. Boom! Gloom and ignorance, and the jig of drunken brutes. Diseases like snakes crawling over the earth, leaving trails of slime. Wails from people burying their dead. Through the window he can see the rocking steeple. A ball of fire falls on the lead of the roof, and the sky tears apart on a spike of flame. Up the spire, behind the lacings of stone, zigzagging in and out of the carved tracings, squirms the fire. It spouts like yellow wheat from the gargoyles, coils around the head of St. John, and aureoles him in light. It leaps into the night and hisses against the rain. The cathedral is a burning stain on the white, wet night. Boom! The cathedral is a torch, and the houses next to it begin to scorch. Boom! The Bohemian glass on the etagere is no longer there. Boom! The stalk of flame sways against the red damask curtains. The old lady cannot walk. She watches the creeping stalk and counts. Boom! 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 The poet rushes into the street, and the rain wraps him in a sheet of silver, but it is threaded with gold and powdered with scarlet beads. The city burns, quivering, spearing, thrusting, lapping, streaming, run the flames, over roofs and walls and shops and stalls. Smearing its gold on the sky, the fire dances, lances itself through the doors, and lisps and chuckles along the floors. The child wakes again and screams at the yellow-petaled flower flickering at the window. The little red lips of flames creep along the ceiling beams. The old man sits among his broken experiments and looks at the burning cathedral. Now the streets are swarming with people. They seek shelter and crowd into cellars. They shout and call, and overall, slowly and without force, the rain drops into the city. Boom! And the steeple crashes down among the people. Boom! Boom! again. The water rushes along the gutters. The fire roars and mutters. Boom! Poetry, a magazine of verse. Amy Lowell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Pyres by Herman Hagedorn. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Bear. Pyres in the night, in the night, in the roaring yellow and red. Trooper, trooper, why so white? We are out to gather our dead. We have brought dry boughs from the bloody wood and the torn hillside. We have felled great trunks wet with blood of brothers that died. We have piled them high for a flaming bed, hemlock and ash and pine for a bed, a throne in the night, a throne for a bed, and we go to gather our dead. There where the oaks loom dark and high, over the sombre hill, body on body, cold and still, under the stars they lie. There where the silver river runs, careless and calm as fate, mowed by the terrible guns, the stricken brothers wait. There by the smouldering house, and there where the red smoke hangs on the heavy air, under the ruins, under the hedge, cheek by cheek at the forest edge, back to breast 3 men deep, hearing not bugle or drum. In the desperate trench they died to keep, under the starry dome they sleep, murmuring, brothers come. This way I heard a call, like a stag's when he dies. Under the willows I saw him fall, under the willows he lies. Give me your hand, raise him up, lift his head, strike a light. This morning we shared a crust and a cup. He wants no supper tonight. Take his feet, here the shells broke all day long, moaning and shrieking hell's bacchanalian song. Last night he helped me bear men to hell's fetting. Tomorrow maybe somewhere we two shall lie waiting. Pyres in the night, weary and sick and dumb, under the flickering faint starlight, the drooping gleamers come, out of the darkness dim, shadowy shadow bearers, dragging into the bale fire's rim, pallid death farers. Pyres in the night, in the plain, on the hill, no volleys for their last right, we need our powder to kill. High up on their golden bed, pile up the dead. Pyres in the night, torches piercing the gloom. Look how the sparks take flight. Stars, stars, make room. Smoke that was bone and blood. Hark, the deep roar. It is the souls telling God the glory of war. The Outlook, Herman Hagedorn. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sing Ye Trenches by Helen Cole Crew. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Sing, ye trenches, bloody-lipped, sing, for into you has slipped Lycidas, dead ere his prime. All ye cruel trenches, sing! Under frost and under rime, all his body beautiful, all his body wonderful, lo hath lain. Now cunningly April with sweet mystery moulds the trenches horror-lipped into chalices of spring. Who would not sing for Lycidas? See across the hideous gashes soft green fire of April flashes, starred with windflowers delicate, gemmed with purple violet, roseate with crimson glow, where again his pulses blow in young clover. For his sake, see the budding crocus break into flame, and hear the grass, green-tongued, sing for Lycidas. Sing, ye gaping wounds of earth, tomb-like ye have taken him, cradled him, distilled him. Womb-like ye have brought to birth myriad flowers and fragrances. Requiemed with spring he lies, God who took unto his heart all his throbbing vital part, sowed his body in the earth. Let the trumpets of the grass paean shout for Lycidas. The Outlook. Helen Cole Crew. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. "1915" by James Oppenheim. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Hang the hills with black, and blacken the early violets with the blood of the young. What want we with a spring of fragrant farmlands, gardens, smokes of the brush, and healing rains? Let the birds, the wind, and the sea sing no more the loves of mating and the marriage chants of spring, but mournfully pipe dirges of broadcast tragic death. What want we with the spring? We have cast in roaring foundries the dark-bored steel, and like gods have snatched the chemical might of the earth, and devised a killing and a crime. Out of the murder of our hearts we have wrought great havoc, sinking of ships at sea, and the toppling of cities, and the mowing of living hosts. What want we with the spring? Patiently the millions wrought, with sacrificial hands and suffering vision. Chaos became a city, a ship, a school. Up was lifted the child, and the young mind scrutinized that not a life might be lost. How to unfold these buds, how to grow these possibilities. Steadily the gates of pain were battered, and the gates of darkness assailed, and the waste of the spirit striven with. And the young went forth crying, Spring, spring! Hope dawns, a glory. We are shaping a marvel in the skies. Man becomes God. This is the morning and the first day of creation. Spring? The hosts contend together. Cities are become dust heaps. The young God, the Creator, has turned fury and fiend, the destroyer. Strange sowing of seed goes on. This is the year when we sow the earth with the flesh of the young men. Black, black, black. We have blasted away in a day our own children, our own creation. We have gone mad killing the young, slaying the hope of the world. Now youth leaves his dream and his toil and his quickening love to kill or to die. O short-lived generation, debauch of blood, folly and sin. No more of it. Take away spring and give over the planet to a moon's death, a frozen death. Our earth deserves extinction with her rotten breed of men. So I cried, and in rage and grief went forth through the city, the new world city of peace. I passed a prison, broken men decayed in the damp. I passed a mill. Children and pale women peered wistfully from the windows. I passed a hospital. Human wreckage sunned there beside the morgue. I walked through stinking slums. Children nosed in the garbage. Then I went to the home of a friend and found darkness. Husband and wife were slowly slaying each other, slaying with love. The woman whispered to me, God, could I go to war and be killed? Then I looked in my own breast, and I said, what war is this I am bitter against? Behold, the Lyddite of my soul that destroys peace about me. Behold, the bayonet of my hate, the shrapnel of my bestiality. The contending armies of lust and shames and intrigues, the sentries of dark sins, the spies of despisal. In this little world of self I saw the big. In my own breast I found war and disaster and ship sinking, the death of faith and hope. Behold, in myself I found man, who since the beginning has been this advancing conflict, ever thus. Then is it marvel no peace is on earth? Where is the man of peace? Shall I be crushed then by the obvious horror of blood and carrion, by wholesale carnage? Dark in the world of darkness I left the city, and then I saw, O ancient and new miracle, resistless, laughing at death, overruling decay, earth silently lifted life. Impassive and calm lay the heaps of the hills, and steadily rising, green pierced through, the soil steamed and the birds nested. There was the farm boy ploughing, and there the young wife airing the house, and close to the handled mud the absorbed faces of children. Lo, thought I, earth holds to her hope. Then I greeted the hills. Oh, let them be mantled with green, I said, and let beauty hang from the boughs. Increase the laughter of children, string the cities with colour and glory, lift a music. Once were the heavens a blackness, then blazed the sun forth. In the earth's blackness, O tragic struggler, roll forth your splendid sun, fight darkness with light, destruction with creation. Have cities toppled and ships been sunk? Build, build. Is youth slain? Beget new children of flesh and toil. Beget a new self of splendour. Have hopes died? Kindle new ones. Has man fallen? You, man, arise. The Enemy, James Oppenheim. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The White Ships and the Red by Joyce Kilmer. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. With drooping sail and pennant that never a wind may reach, they float in sunless waters beside a sunless beach. Their mighty masts and funnels are white as driven snow, and with a pallid radiance their ghostly bulwarks glow. Here is a Spanish galleon that once with gold was gay. Here is a Roman trireme whose hues outshone the day. But Tyrian dyes have faded, and prows that once were bright with rainbow stains wear only death's livid, dreadful white. White as the ice that clove her that unforgotten day, among her pallid sisters the grim Titanic lay, and through the leagues above her she looked aghast and said, what is this living ship that comes where every ship is dead? The ghostly vessels trembled from ruined stern to prow. What was this thing of terror that broke their vigil now? Down through the startled ocean a mighty vessel came, not white as all dead ships must be, but red like living flame. The pale green waves about her were swiftly, strangely dyed by the great scarlet stream that flowed from out her wounded side, and all her decks were scarlet, and all her shattered crew. She sank among the white ghost ships, and stained them through and through. The grim Titanic greeted her, and "Who art thou?" she said. "Why dost thou join our ghostly fleet, arrayed in living red?" "We are the ships of sorrow, who spend the weary night, until the dawn of judgment day, obscure and still and white." "Nay," said the scarlet visitor, "though I sink through the sea, a ruined thing that was a ship, I sink not as did ye. For ye met with your destiny by storm or rock or fight, so through the lagging centuries ye wear your robes of white. But never crashing iceberg, nor honest shot of foe, nor hidden reef has sent me the way that I must go. My wound that stains the waters, my blood that is like flame, bear witness to a loathly deed, a deed without a name. I went not forth to battle, I carried friendly men. The children played about my decks, the women sang, and then the sun blushed scarlet, and heaven hid its face. The world that God created became a shameful place. My wrong cries out for vengeance. The blow that sent me here was aimed in hell. My dying scream has reached Jehovah's ear. Not all the 7 oceans shall wash away the stain. Upon a brow that wears a crown, I am the brand of Cain. When God's great voice assembles the fleet on judgment day, the ghosts of ruined ships will rise in sea and strait and bay. Though they have lain for ages beneath the changeless flood, they shall be white as silver, but one shall be like blood. New York Times Magazine, Joyce Kilmer. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Return of August by Percy Mackay. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Darkly a mortal age has come and gone, and man grown ancient in a single year. August, the summer month, is blasted sere with memories earth bleeds to dream upon. To dream upon! Ah, were we dreaming then, ere Europe, blindfold, lulled in holiday, hearkened the sudden thunder through her play, and fumbling held her breath to hark again? Or is this blighted year our dream? How swift the blackening tempest fell! How vast through fire and cloud of Belgium's rape the planet's ire flared on a pall of shame, while through the rift the livid sorrows racked our sympathies. For still thought burned unclouded, right and wrong strove for the palm as in an epic song. And so we poured our succour overseas, neutral in act but never in our souls, yet guarding the brave goal of peace, till soon, slow warping to the waning year's blind moon, the tide ebbed back, and in the freezing shoals we stared upon the dead whose mothers suckled them still in dreams. Stark mad the stench and yellow choke that reeked from shell and trench. They lay together there, mere boys and brothers. Were these the epic hosts of wrong and right, whose clash had whirled us in their spirits' war? These silent boys, what had they battled for, to lie such still bedfellows in the night? Must breath of dying brothers wake the brass that thrills the call to arms? Shall ghostly lips summon the living to the dark eclipse, and all their dearest shout to see them pass, merely for this? That these who might have shared a simple handclasp share a blooded sod? So for a while we gazed and questioned God, a haunted while, for dimly as we stared, far off we heard the multitudinous cry of mangled Poland, like a cry in sleep, and Serbia fever panting, and the deep half-breathed self-doubt of prisoned Germany, and still far tidings blue, but that first spark of August splendour burned in them no more. Pity and sorrow pulled, and custom wore a deeper callous and a blur more dark, till sudden the Lusitania lightnings shot the unhallowed message, and a shuddering fire leapt from our long-charred hearts, a glowing spire, and Europe's sword swung nearest to the knot that ties the bonds of peace. And now the summer steals again toward winter's sleep. The reaping time draws near, ah, what to reap? And spring, that lurks beyond, comes hither, how? Still, O my country, while we may, look back. The blighted year cries from the charnel grass. Must breath of dying brothers wake the brass that thrills the call to arms? A blood-seared track leads backward to that other August day, prowled by the still unglutted Minotaur. But we, who watch to slay the beast of war, shall we hunt him or those he mangles? Say, for reason has its ire more just than hate. Imagination has its master hour, and pity its foil, and mother love its power, mightier than bloodlust and more obdurate. My country, poised in forward visioning, with pity, love, and reason let us pray, our lives shall serve to cleanse this August day. The summer wanes, the ploughman comes with spring. The Independent, Percy Mackay. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Prayer for Peace by William Samuel Johnson. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Now these were visions in the night of war. I prayed for peace. God, answering my prayer, sent down a previous plague on humankind, a black and tumorous plague that softly slew till nations and their armies were no more. And there was perfect peace. But I awoke, wroth with high God in prayer. I prayed for peace. God, answering my prayer, decreed the truce of life. Wings in the sky fluttered and fell. The quick, bright ocean things sank to the ooze. The footprints in the woods vanished. The freed brute from the abattoir starved on green pastures, and within the blood the death work at the root of living ceased. And men gnawed clods and stones, blasphemed and died, and there was perfect peace. But I awoke, wroth with high God and prayer. I prayed for peace. God, answering my prayer, bowed the free neck beneath a yoke of steel, dumbed the free voice that springs in lyric speech, killed the free art that glows on all mankind, and made one iron nation lord of earth, which in the monstrous matrix of its will molded a spawn of slaves. There was one might, and there was perfect peace. But I awoke wroth with high God and prayer. I prayed for peace. God, answering my prayers, palsied all flesh with bitter fear of death. The shuddering slayers fled to town and field, beset with carrion visions, foul decay, and sickening taints of air that made the earth one charnel of the shriveled lines of war. And through all flesh that omnipresent fear became the strangling fingers of a hand that choked aspiring thought and brave belief, and love of loveliness and selfless deed, till flesh was all, flesh wallowing stayed in fear, in festering fear that stank beyond the stars, and there was perfect peace. But I awoke wroth with high God in prayer. I prayed for peace. God, answering my prayer, spake very softly of forgotten things, spake very softly old remembered words, sweet as young starlight. Rose to heaven again the mystic challenge of the Nazarene, that deathless affirmation, man in God, and God in man, willing the God to be. And there was war and peace and war, full year and lean, joy, anguish, life and death, doing their work on the evolving soul, the soul of man and God in man. For death is nothing in the sum of things, and life is nothing in the sum of things, and flesh is nothing in the sum of things. But man in God is all, and God in man, will merged in will, love immanent in love, moving through visioned vistas to one goal, the goal of man and God in man, and of all life in God and God in life, the far fruition of our earthly prayer, Thy will be done. There is no peace. The Forum, William Samuel Johnson. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sonnets written in the fall of 1914 by George Edward Woodbury. Read for LibriVox.org by Oogies Ragdoll. Sonnets written in the fall of 1914. 1. Awake, ye nations slumbering supine, who round enring the European fray. Heard ye the trumpet sound? The day, the day! The last that shall on England's empire shine, the parliament that broke the right divine, shall see her realm of reason swept away, and lesser nations shall the sword obey. The sword o'er all carve the great world's design. So on the English Channel boasts the foe, on whose imperial brow death's helmet nods. Look where his hosts o'er bloody Belgium go, and mix a nation's past with blaring sods. A kingdom's waste, a people's homeless woe, man's broken word and violated gods. 2. Far fall the day when England's realm shall see the sunset of dominion. Her increase abolishes the man-dividing seas, and frames the brotherhood on earth to be. She, in free peoples planting sovereignty, orbs half the civil world in British peace. And though time disposes her, and she cease, Rome-like she greatens in men's memory. Oh, many a crown shall sink in war's turmoil, and many a new republic light the sky. Fleets sweep the ocean, nations till the soil, genius be born and generations die. Orient and Occident together toil, ere such a mighty work man rears on high. 3. Hearken, the feet of the destroyer tread, the winepress of the nations, fast the blood pours from the side of Europe in full flood. On the septentrional watershed, the rivers of fair France are running red. England, the mother eyrie of our brood, that on the summit of dominion stood, shakes in the blast, heaven battles overhead. Lift up thy head, O reams of age air, that treasured up in thee their glorious sum, upon whose brow, prophetically fair, Flame the great marrow of the world to come. Haunt with thy beauty this volcanic air, ere yet thou close, O flower of Christendom. 4. As when the shadow of the sun's eclipse sweeps on the earth and spreads a spectral air, as if the universe were dying there, on continent and isle the darkness dips, unwonted gloom, and on the Atlantic slips, so in the night the Belgian cities flare, horizon wide, the wandering people fare along the roads and load the fleeing ships. And westward borne that planetary sweep, darkening o'er England and her times to be, already steps upon the ocean deep. Watch well, my country, that unearthly sea, lest when thou thinkest not, and in thy sleep, unapt for war, that gloom enshadow thee. 5. I pray for peace, yet peace is but a prayer. How many wars have been in my brief years, all races and all faiths, both hemispheres, my eyes have seen embattled everywhere, the wide earth through, yet do I not despair of peace that slowly through far ages near. Though not to me the golden morn appears, my faith is perfect in time's issue fair. For men doth build on an eternal scale, and his ideals are framed of hope deferred. The millennium came not, yet Christ did not fail, though ever unaccomplished in his word. Him Prince of Peace, though unenthroned, we hail, supreme when in all bosoms he be heard. 6. This is my faith and my mind's heritage, wherein I toil, though in a lonely place, who yet worldwide survey the human race. Unequal from wild nature disengage, body and soul in life's old strife a surge, still must abide till heaven's perfect its grace, and love grown wisdom sweeten in man's face, alike the Christian and the heathen rage. The tutelary genius of mankind ripens by slow degrees the final state, that in the soul shall its foundations find, and only in victorious love grow great. Patient the heart must be, humble the mind, that doth the greater births of time await. 7. Whence not unmoved I see the nations form, from Dover to the fountains of the Rhine, 100 leagues the scarlet battle line, and by the Vistula great armies swarm, a vaster flood. Rather my breast grows warm, seeing all peoples of the earth combine under one standard with one countersign, grown brothers in the universal storm. And never through the wide world yet there rang a mightier summons, O thou who from the side of Athens and the loins of Caesar sprang, strike Europe with half the coming world allied, for some ideals for which, since Homer sang, the host of 30 centuries have died. New York Times Magazine, George Edward Woodbury. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Fruit Shop by Amy Lowell. Read for LibriVox.org by Trisha G. The Fruit Shop. Cross-ribboned shoes, a muslin gown, high-waisted, girdled with bright blue, a straw poke bonnet which hid the frown she puckered her little brows into as she picked her dainty passage through the dusty street. Ah, mademoiselle, a dirty pathway, we need rain, my poor fruits suffer, and the shell of this nut's too big for its kernel, lain here in the sun, it has shrunk again. The baker down at the corner says we need a battle to shake the clouds. But I am a man of peace, my ways don't look to the killing of men in crowds. Poor fellows with guns and bayonets for shrouds. Pray, mademoiselle, come out of the sun. Let me dust off that wicker chair. It's cool in here, for the green leaves I have run in a curtain over the door make a pool of shade. You see the pears on that stool. The shadow keeps them plump and fair. Over the fruiterer's door the leaves held back the sun, a greenish flare quivered and sparkled the shop. The sheaves of sunbeams glanced from the sign on the eaves, shot from the golden letters, broke and splintered to little scattered lights. Jeanne Tourmente entered the shop. Her poke bonnet tilted itself to rights, and her face looked out like the moon on nights of flickering clouds. "Monsieur Pompin, I want gooseberries, an apple or two, or excellent plums, but not if they're high. Haven't you some which a strong wind blew? I've only a couple of francs for you." Monsieur Pompin shrugged and rubbed his hands. What could he do? The times were sad. A couple of francs and such demands! And asking for fruits a little bad. Wind blown indeed, he never had anything else than the very best. He pointed to baskets of blunted pears, with the thin skin tight like a bursting vest, all yellow and red and brown in smears. Monsieur Pompin's voice denoted tears. He took up a pear with tender care, and pressed it with his hardened thumb. "Smell it, mademoiselle. The perfume there is like lavender, and sweet thoughts come only from having a dish at home. And those grapes! They melt in the mouth like wine, just a click of the tongue, and they burst to honey. They're only this morning off the vine, and I paid for them down in silver money. The corporal's widow is witness, her pony brought them in at sunrise today. Those oranges, gold! They're almost red. They seem little chips just broken away from the sun itself. Or perhaps instead you'd like a pomegranate, they're rarely gay. When you split them the seeds are like crimson spray. Yes, they're high, and those turkey figs, they all come from the south, and Nelson's ships make it a little hard for our rigs. They must be forever giving the slips to the cursed English, and when men clips through powder to bring them, why, dainties mount a bit in price. Those almonds now, I'll strip off that husk. When one discounts a life or two in a nigger row with the man who grew them, it does seem how they would come dear. And then the fight at sea, perhaps. Our boats have heels, and mostly they sail along at night, but once in a way they're caught. One feels ivory's not better nor finer. Why, peels from an almond kernel are worth 2 sous. It's hard to sell them now." He sighed. "Purses are tight, but I shall not lose. There's plenty of cheaper things to choose." He picked some currants out of a wide earthen bowl. "They make the tongue almost fly out to suck them. Bride currants these are. They are planted long ago for some new marquise, among other great beauties, before the chateau was left to rot. Now the gardener's wife, he that marched off to his death at Marengo, sells them to me. She keeps her life from snuffing out with her pruning knife. She's a poor old thing, but she learnt the trade when her man was young, and the young marquis couldn't have enough garden. The flowers he made all new, and the fruits. But 'twas said that he was no friend of the people, and so they laid some charge against him. A cavalcade of citizens took him away. They meant well, but I think there was some mistake. He just pottered round in his garden, bent on growing things. We were so awake in those days for the new republic's sake. He's gone, and the garden is all that's left, not in ruin. But the currants and apricots and peaches, furred and sweet, with a cleft full of morning dew, in those green glazed pots, why, mademoiselle, there is never an eft or worm among them. And as for theft, how the old woman keeps them I cannot say, but they're finer than any grown this way." Jeanne Tourmente drew back the filigree ring of her striped silk purse, tipped it upside down and shook it. 2 coins fell with a ding of striking silver. Beneath her gown one rolled, the other lay, a thing sparked white and sharply glistening in a drop of sunlight between 2 shades. She jerked the purse, took its empty ends and crumpled them toward the center braids. The whole collapsed into a mass of blends of colors and stripes. Monsieur Pompon, friends we have always been. In the days before the great Revolution, my aunt was kind when you needed help. You need no more. 'Tis we now who must beg at your door, and will you refuse? The little man bustled, denied. His heart was good, but times were hard. He went to a pan and poured upon the counter a flood of pungent raspberries, tanged like wood. He took a melon with rough green rind and rubbed it well with his apron tip. Then he hunted over the shop to find some walnuts cracking at the lip, and added to these a barberry slip whose acrid, oval berries hung like fringe and trembled. He reached a round basket with handles, from where it swung against the wall, laid it on the ground and filled it. Then he searched and found the franc Jean Tourmont had let fall. "You'll return the basket, mademoiselle?" She smiled. "Next time that I call, monsieur. You know that very well." 'Twas lightly said, but meant to tell. Monsieur Pompon bowed, somewhat abashed. She took her basket and stepped out. The sunlight was so bright it flashed her eyes to blindness, and the rout of the little street was all about. Through glare and noise she stumbled, dazed. The heavy basket was a care. She heard a shout and almost grazed the panels of a chaise and pair. The postboy yelled, and an amazed face from the carriage window gazed. She jumped back just in time, her heart beating with fear. Through whirling light the chaise departed, but her smart was keen and bitter. In the white dust of the street she saw a bright streak of colors, wet and gay, red like blood. Crushed but fair, her fruit stained the cobbles of the way. Monsieur Pompon joined her there. "Tiens, mademoiselle, c'est le Général Bonaparte partant pour la guerre." The Yale Review, Amy Lowell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To a Gentleman Reformer by Louis Untermeyer. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Cavita. Keep it, your torn and rotting decency, your antique toga with its quaint misfit. Keep it. The world has little use for it, or swaddled truths too bashful to be free. This is no age for sick humility, or queasy goodness without strength enough to dare the keen and hungry edge of love, or fear that wraps itself in chastity. Hide in its crumbling folds. How should you know that virtue may be dirty and can grow furtive and festering in a mind obscene? How should you know the world's glad, vulgar heart, the sensual health that is the richest part of life, so frankly carnal and so clean? The Masses, Louis Untermeyer. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Overnight a Rose by Caroline Giltonen. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Cavita. That overnight a rose could come I one time did believe, for when the fairies live with one they wilfully deceive. But now I know this perfect thing under the frozen sod, and cold and storm grew patiently obedient to God. My wonder grows, since knowledge came old fancies to dismiss, and courage comes. Was not the rose a winter doing this? Nor did it know the weary while what color and perfume with this completed loveliness lay in that earthy tomb. So maybe I, who cannot see what God wills not to show, may some day bear a rose for him it took my life to grow. Boston Transcript, Caroline Giltonen. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Harvest by Dana Burnett. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. There was a schooner came ashore this fall, a graceful thing flung on the bar and slain, with draggled gear, her stays about her trucks, like blown hair, and her beauty all in vain. She floundered through the spray with crumpled wings, a grey bird smothered in a leaping doom. We huddled there at dawn to see her die, a circle of white faces in the gloom. There was a cold light reaping in the east, a slow scythe cutting at the field of stars, and wind to beat a strong man down. We stood watching 5 dots that specked her tossing spars. 5 human souls. We saw the sea reach up and pluck at them with great white-fingered hands. 3 times the lifeboat thrust against the surf. The sea laughed loud and broke it on the sands. So there was nothing more to do. The end came as the sun burst through its iron clouds. The wracked ship staggered, reeled, and disappeared. The flung spume served the dead men as their shrouds. And then, clear-voiced, the church bell sang above the wind and sea. We had forgot what day it was. Now suddenly we turned together toward the house where death is not. No word was spoken, yet we all went in to the still aisles and knelt upon the floor. A man was there, a drunkard and a thief, one who had never been in church before. He kneeled beside us, twisting his red hands, a startled glory in his sodden eyes. I thought of 5 men silent in the sea, that one might bring his soul to paradise. Harper's Magazine, Dana Burnett. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Night Court by Ruth Comfort Mitchell. Read for LibriVox.org by Winifred Assman. Call Rose Costara. Insolent she comes. The watchers, practised, keen, turn down their thumbs. The walk, the talk, the face, that seashell tint, it is old stuff. They read her like coarse print. Here is no hapless innocence waylaid. This is a stolid worker at her trade. Listening, she yawns, half smiling, undismayed, shrugging a little at the law's delay, bored and impatient to be on her way. It is her 8th conviction. Out beyond the rail, a lady novelist in search of types turns pale. She meant to write of them just as she found them, and with no tears or maudlin glamour round them, in forceful, virile words, harsh, true words without shame, calling an ugly thing boldly an ugly name. Sympathy, velvet glove on purpose, iron hand. But 8th conviction! All the phrases she had planned fail. Sullen, vengeful? No, she isn't that. No, the pink face beneath the hectic hat gives back her own aghast and sickened stare, with a detached and rather cheerful air. And then the little novelist sees red. From her chaste heart all clemency is fled. Oh, loathsome, venomous, off with her head! Call Rose Costara. But before you stop, and shelve your decent rage, let's call the cop. Let's call the plainclothes cop who brought her in, the weary-eyed night watchman of the law, a shuffling person with a hanging jaw, loose-lipped and sallow, rather vague of chin, comes rubber-heeling at his honor's rap. He set and baited and then sprung the trap. The trap, by his unsavory report. Let's ask him why, but first let's call the court. Not only the grim figure in the chair, sphinx-like above the waste and wreckage there, skeptical, weary of a retold tale, but the whole humming hive, the false, the frail. An old young woman, with a weasel face, a lying witness waiting in his place, 2 ferret lawyers nosing out a case, reporters questioning a Mexican, sobbing her silly heart out for her man, planning to feature her, lone, desperate, pretty. Yes, call the court, but wait, let's call the city. Call the community, call up, call down, call all the speeding, mad, unheeding town. Call rags and tags, and then call velvet gown. Go summon them from tenements and clubs, on office floors and over steaming tubs. Shout to the boxes and behind the scenes, then to the pushcarts and the limousines. Arouse the lecture room, the cabaret, confound them with a trumpet blast, and say, are you so dull, so deaf and blind indeed, that you mistake the harvest for the seed? Condemn them but stay, let's call the code. That facile thing they've fashioned to their mode, smug sophistries that smother and befool, that numb and stupefy, that clumsy thing, that measures mountains with a 3-foot rule, and plumbs the ocean with a pudding string. The little, brittle code. Here is the root, far out of sight and buried safe and deep, and Rose Castara is the bitter fruit. On every limb and leaf, death, ruin, creep. So, lady novelist, go home again. Rub biting acid on your little pen. Look back and out and up and in, and then write that it is no job for pruning shears. Tell them to dig for years and years and years the twined and twisted roots. Blot out the page. Invert the blundering order of the age. Reverse the scheme. The last shall be the first. Summon the system, starting with the worst. The lying, dying code. On, down the line. The city and the court, the cop, a sign. The guilt, the blame, the shame, sting, lash, and spur. Call each and all. Call us, and then call her. Century Magazine, Ruth Comfort Mitchell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Pax Beata by Mary Rachel Norris. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Bear. I have closed my door, and I am all alone, here in my room, all fragrant with my better self. Here are my pictures that have waited long for me, Erasmus with his studious calm, my laughing children, and my laughing girl, my quaint stiff angels, and my meek St. John. They greet me as I come to them for rest. Up on my shelves, my other friends are waiting too, for me, my friends that take me far beyond my tiny room, and make its sunny space a gleaming entrance into other lands. There is my little bed, where all the night my body lies asleep, and leaves my soul quite free to wander with the winds. There is my window, where I say my prayers, and look straight out upon the solid hills, and listen for the rustle of the angels' wings. My room, all sweet with flowers I love, that grow for me because I love them, all fragrant too, with ghosts of flowers that bloomed and drooped with me. My room, so still and quiet, yet astir with all the souls of those that love and trust me. Outside the strife and struggle and the strain, in here there's peace and quietude and strength. I've closed my door, and I am all alone. Harper's Magazine, Mary Rachel Norris. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Service by Burgess Johnson. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. I was the third man running in a race, and memory still must run it o'er and o'er. The pounding heart that beat against my frame, the wind that dried the sweat upon my face, and turned my throat to paper creased and sore, the jabbing pain that sharply went and came. My eyes saw nothing save a strip of road that flaunted there behind the second man. It swam and blurred, yet still it lay before. My legs seemed none of mine, but rhythmic strode, unconscious of my will that urged you can, and cried at them to make one effort more. Then suddenly there broke a wave of sound, crowds shouting when the first man struck the tape, and then the second roused that friendly din, while I stumbled forward, and the ground all wavered 'neath my feet, while men agape, but silent, saw me as I staggered in. As sick in heart and flesh I bent my head, two seized me and embraced me, and one cried, your thudding footsteps held me to the grind. And then the winner, smiling wanly, said, no dream of records kept me to my stride. I dreaded you too, thundering behind. Harper's Magazine, Burgess Johnson. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Testament by Sarah Teasdale. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. I said, I will take my life and throw it away. I who was fire and song will turn to clay. I will lie no more in the night with shaken breath. I will toss my heart in the air to be caught by death. But out of the night I heard, like the inland sound of the sea, the hushed and terrible sob of all humanity. Then I said, oh, who am I to scorn God to his face? I will bow my head and stay, and suffer with my race. The Smart Set, Sarah Teasdale. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Statue in a Garden by Agnes Lee. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Bear. I was a goddess ere the marble found me. Wind, wind, delay not. Waft my spirit where the laurel crowned me. Will the wind stay not? Then tarry, tarry, listen, little swallow. And old glory feeds me. I lay upon the bosom of Apollo. Not a bird heeds me. For here the days are alien. Oh, to waken! Mine was calling, but on my shoulders bare, like hopes forsaken, the dead leaves are falling. The sky is grey and full of unshed weeping, as dim down the garden I wait and watch the early autumn sweeping. The stalks fade and harden. The souls of all the flowers afar have rallied. The trees, gaunt appalling, attest the gloom, and on my shoulders pallid, the dead leaves are falling. Poetry a magazine of verse. Agnes Lee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Fate by Richard Burton. Read for LibriVox.org by Michael McTaggart, Seattle, Washington. The mist-strange mountains at the horizon line, and the white combers breaking on the beach. The sense of calm and infinite great reach of sea and sky. The lure of a divine something beyond, whereof God gives a sign to seeking souls, and seems to pledge to each a benison not caught in any speech, such as is limned by words of thine and mine. A piece of heaven encompasses and calls. The southward speeding sun with cloudless smile comforts a heart, but now disconsolate. Sudden, o'erhead, a great bird's shadow falls. With shivering swiftness drop dark fears of guile, the omened pinions of the wing of fate. From The Bellman, Richard Burton. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Answer by Sarah Teasdale. Read for LibriVox.org by Nicole Wright. When I go back to earth and all my joyous body puts off the red and white that once had been so proud, if men should pass above with false and feeble pity, my dust will find a voice to answer them aloud. Be still, I am content. Take back your poor compassion. Joy was a flame in me, too steady to destroy, lithe as a bending reed. Loving the storm that sways her, I found more joy in sorrow than you could find in joy. Poetry, a magazine of verse, by Sarah Teasdale. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The White Witch by James Weldon Johnson. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Cavita. O brothers mine, take care, take care. The great white witch rides out tonight. Trust not your prowess nor your strength. Your only safety lies in flight. For in her glance there is a snare, and in her smile there is a blight. The great white witch you have not seen? Then, younger brothers mine, forsooth, like nursery children you have looked for ancient hag and snaggled tooth. But no, not so the witch appears in all the glowing charms of youth. Her lips are like carnations red, her face like newborn lilies fair, her eyes like ocean waters blue. She moves with subtle grace and air, and all about her head there floats the golden glory of her hair. But though she always thus appears in form of youth and mood of mirth, unnumbered centuries are hers, the infant planets saw her birth. The child of throbbing life is she, twin sister to the greedy earth. And back behind those smiling lips, and down within those laughing eyes, and underneath the soft caress of hand and voice and purring sighs, the shadow of the panther lurks, the spirit of the vampire lies. For I have seen the great white witch, and she has led me to her lair, and I have kissed her red, red lips, and cruel face so white and fair. Around me she has twined her arms, and bound me with her yellow hair. I felt those red lips burn and sear my body like a living coal, obeyed the power of those eyes as the needle trembles to the pole, and did not care although I felt the strength go ebbing from my soul. Oh, she has seen your strong young limbs, and heard your laughter loud and gay, and in your voices she has caught the echo of a far-off day, when man was closer to the earth, and she has marked you for her prey. She feels the old Antian strength in you, the great dynamic beat of primal passions, and she sees in you the last besieged retreat of love relentless, lusty, fierce, love, pain, ecstatic, cruel, sweet. Oh, brothers mine, take care, take care. The great white witch rides out tonight. Oh, younger brothers mine, beware. Look not upon her beauty bright. For in her glance there is a snare, and in her smile there is a blight. The Crisis, James Weldon Johnson. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Vanished Country by Grantland Rice. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Bear. Re-entered at the request of the gentleman from Texas. Back in the vanished country, there's a cabin in the lane, across the yellow sunshine and the silver of the rain, a cabin summer shaded, where the maples whispered low, dream stories of the south wind that a fellow used to know. And it's queer that turning gray, still a fellow looks away, to a dream he knows has vanished, down the path of yesterday. Back in the vanished country, there's an old-time swinging gate, through the early dusk of summer, where a girl had come to wait, and her hair was like the sun-drift from the heart of summer skies, while the blue of God's wide heaven crowned the splendor of her eyes. And it's queer that turning gray, still a fellow looks away, to a dream he knows has vanished, down the path of yesterday. Back in the vanished country, there's a dream that used to be, of fame within the city, and a name beyond the sea, a dream of laurel wreathings that came singing through the night, the story of the glory of the victor in the fight. And it's queer that worn and gray, still a fellow looks away, to a dream he knows has vanished, down the path of yesterday. New York Tribune, Grantland Rice. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Death of the Hired Man by Robert Frost. Read for LibriVox.org. Narrator read by Larry Wilson.
Mary, read by Shannon Santos.
Warren, read by Red Run.
Mary sat musing on the lamp flame at the table, waiting for Warren. When she heard his step, she ran on tiptoe down the darkened passage to meet him in the doorway with the news and put him on his guard.
Silas is back.
She pushed him outward with her through the door and shut it after her.
Be kind,
she said. She took the market things from Warren's arms and set them on the porch, then drew him down to sit beside her on the wooden steps.
When was I ever anything but kind to him? But I'll not have the fellow back,
he said.
I told him so last haying, didn't I? If he left then, I said, that ended it. What good is he? Who else will harbor him at his age for the little he can do? What help he is, there's no depending on. Off he goes, always when I need him most. He thinks he ought to earn a little pay, enough at least to buy tobacco with, so he won't have to beg and be beholden. All right, I say, I can't afford to pay any fixed wages, though I wish I could. Someone else can? Then someone else will have to. I shouldn't mind his bettering himself, if that was what it was. You can be certain, when he begins like that, there's someone at him, trying to coax him off with pocket money, in haying time when any help is scarce. In winter he comes back to us. I'm done.
Shh, not so loud. He'll hear you,
Mary said.
I want him to. He'll have to, soon or late.
He's worn out. He's asleep beside the stove. When I came up from Rose, I found him here, huddled against the barn door, fast asleep. A miserable sight, and frightening, too. You needn't smile. I didn't recognize him. I wasn't looking for him. And he's changed. Wait till you see.
Where did you say he'd been?
He didn't say. I dragged him to the house and gave him tea and tried to make him smoke. I tried to make him talk about his travels. Nothing would do. He just kept nodding off.
What did he say? Did he say anything?
But little.
Anything? Mary, confess. He said he'd come to ditch the meadow for me.
Warren.
But did he? I just want to know.
Of course he did. What would you have him say? Surely you wouldn't grudge the poor old man some humble way to save his self-respect. He added, if you really care to know, he meant to clear the upper pasture, too. That sounds like something you have heard before? Warren, I wish you could have heard the way he jumbled everything. I stopped to look 2 or 3 times. He made me feel so queer, to see if he was talking in his sleep. He ran on Harold Wilson, you remember, the boy you had in haying 4 years since. He's finished school and teaching in his college. Silas declares you'll have to get him back. He says they two will make a team for work. Between them they will lay this farm as smooth. The way he mixed that in with other things, he thinks young Wilson a likely lad, though daft on education. You know how they fought, all through July under the blazing sun. Silas up on the cart to build the load, Harold along beside to pitch it on.
Yes, I took care to keep well out of earshot.
Well, those days trouble Silas like a dream. You wouldn't think they would. How some things linger. Harold's young college boy's assurance piqued him. After so many years, he still keeps finding good arguments he sees he might have used. I sympathize. I know just how it feels to think of the right thing to say too late. Harold's associated in his mind with Latin. He asked me what I thought of Harold saying he studied Latin like the violin, because he liked it. That an argument. He said he couldn't make the boy believe he could find water with a hazel prong, which showed how much good school had ever done him. He wanted to go over that, but most of all, he thinks if he could have another chance to teach him how to build a load of hay.
I know, that's Silas's one accomplishment. He bundles every forkful in its place, and tags and numbers it for future reference, so he can find and easily dislodge it in the unloading. Silas does that well. He takes it out in bunches, like big birds' nests. You never see him standing on the hay he's trying to lift, straining to lift himself.
He thinks if he could teach him that, he'd be some good perhaps to someone in the world. He hates to see a boy the fool of books. Poor Silas, so concerned for other folk, and nothing to look backward to with pride, and nothing to look forward to with hope. So now and never any different.
Part of a moon was falling down the west, dragging the whole sky with it to the hills. Its light poured softly in her lap. She saw and spread her apron to it. She put out her hand among the harp-like morning-glory strings, taut with the dew from garden bed to eaves, as if she played unheard the tenderness that wrought on him beside her in the night.
Warren,
she said,
he has come home to die. You needn't be afraid he'll leave you this time.
Home?
He mocked gently.
Yes, what else but home? It all depends on what you mean by home. Of course he's nothing to us, any more than was the hound that came a stranger to us out of the woods, worn out upon the trail. Home is the place where, when you have to go there, they have to take you in.
I should have called it something you somehow haven't to deserve.
Warren leaned out and took a step or two, picked up a little stick and brought it back, and broke it in his hand and tossed it by.
Silas has better claim on us, you think, than on his brother? 13 little miles, as the road winds, would bring him to his door. Silas has walked that far, no doubt, today. Why didn't he go there? His brother's rich, a somebody, director in the bank.
He never told us that.
We know it, though.
I think his brother ought to help, of course. I'll see to that if there is need. He ought of right to take him in, and might be willing to. He may be better than appearances. But have some pity on Silas. Do you think if he'd had any pride in claiming kin, or anything he looked for from his brother, he'd keep so still about him all this time?
I wonder what's between them.
I can tell you. Silas is what he is. We wouldn't mind him, but just the kind that kinsfolk can't abide. He never did a thing so very bad. He don't know why he isn't quite as good as anyone. He won't be made ashamed to please his brother, worthless though he is.
I can't think Cy ever hurt anyone.
No, but he hurt my heart the way he lay and rolled his old head on that sharp-edged chair back. He wouldn't let me put him on the lounge. You must go in and see what you can do. I made the bed up for him there tonight. You'll be surprised at him, how much he's broken. His working days are done, I'm sure of it.
I'd not be in a hurry to say that.
I haven't been. Go. Look. See for yourself. But Warren, please remember how it is. He's come to help you ditch the meadow. He has a plan. You mustn't laugh at him. He may not speak of it, and then he may. I'll sit and see if that small sailing cloud will hit or miss the moon.
It hit the moon. Then there were three there, making a dim row. The moon, the little silver cloud, and she. Warren returned. Too soon, it seemed to her, slipped to her side, caught up her hand and waited.
Warren?
She questioned.
Did?
Was all he answered. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Swimmers by Louis Untermeyer. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Covata. I took the crazy shortcut to the bay, over a fence or two and through a hedge, jumping a private road along the edge of backyards full of drying wash it lay. I ran, electric with elation, sweating, impetuous and wild, for a swift plunge in the sea that smiled. Mocking and languid, half a mile away, this was the final thrill, the last sensation that capped 4 hours of violence and laughter. To have with casual friends and casual jokes, hard sport, a cold swim and fresh linen after. And now, the last set being played and over, I hurried past the lazy lakes of clover. I swung my racket at astonished oaks, my arms still tingling from aggressive strokes. Tennis was over for the day. I took the leaping shortcut to the bay. Then, the swift plunge into the cool green dark, the windy waters rushing past me, through me, filled with the sense of some heroic lark, exulting in a vigor clean and roomy. Swiftly I rose to meet the feline sea that sprang upon me with 100 claws, and grappled, pulled me down, and played with me. Then, tense and breathless in the tightening pause, when one wave grows into a toppling acre, I dived headlong into the foremost breaker, pitting against a cold and turbulent strife the feverish intensity of life. Out of the foam I lurched and rode the wave, swimming hand over hand against the wind. I felt the sea's vein pounding, and I grinned, knowing I was its master, not its slave. Oh, the proud total of those lusty hours, the give and take of rough and vigorous tussles, with happy sinews and rejoicing muscles, the knowledge of my own beneficent powers, feeling the force in one small body bent to curb and tame this towering element. Back on the curving beach I stood again, facing the bathhouse when a group of men, stumbling beneath some sort of weight, went by. I could not see the hidden thing they carried. I only heard. He never gave a cry. Who's going to tell her? Yes, and they just married. Such a good swimmer, too. And then they passed, leaving the silence throbbing and aghast. A moment there my buoyant heart hung slack, and then the glad barbaric blood came back, singing a livelier tune, and in my pulse I felt the goad that strengthens and exalts. Why I was there and whither I must go I did not care. Enough for me to know the same unresting struggle and the glowing life, an adventure perilous and gay, and death, a long and vivid holiday. The Yale Review, Louis Untermeyer. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
If One Should Come by Malin Leonard Fisher, read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Bear. If one should come from out of the calm tonight, leaving the grievous question yet unsolved, I think I should not marvel how involved can every beauty be in beauty's sight. I think I should not wish for nor delight in the old close communion, soul with soul, nor care to let the dread years exact their toll, nor old emotions move me with their might, but hasten to receive her as a queen, not wholly blameless, who hath gained what age must humbly ask for, who, with youth for gauge, won ingress into the hidden and unseen, who with her puissant beauty purchased all, as one who tempted death and caused his fall. The Midland, a magazine of the Middle West. Malin Leonard Fisher. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Voyage à l'Infini by Walter Conrad Arensberg. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The swan existing is like a song with an accompaniment imaginary. Across the glassy lake, across the lake to the shadow of the willows, it is accompanied by an image, as by Debussy's Reflet dans l'eau. The swan, that is, reflects upon the solitary water, breast to breast, with the duplicity, the other one. And breast to breast it is confused. O visionary wedding, O stateliness of the procession, it is accompanied by the image of itself alone. At night the lake is a wide silence, without imagination. Others, a magazine of the new verse. Walter Conrad Arensberg. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Last Piper by Edward J. O'Brien. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Dark winds of the mountain, white winds of the sea, are skirling the pibroch of Seamus and Rig. The crying of gannets, the shrieking of terns, are keening his dying high over the burns. Grey silence of waters and wasting of lands, and the wailing of music down to the sands. The wailing of music and trailing of wind, the waters before him, the mountains behind. Alone at the gathering, silent he stands, and the wail of his piping cries over the lands. To the moan of the waters, the drone of the foam, where his soul, a white gannet, wings silently home. Boston Transcript, Edward J. O'Brien. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Time by Florence Earle Coates. Read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn Seyfarth. May 2023. Time. What thought can measure time? Tell its beginning, Name the void from which it first faint pulsing came? Follow its onward going, a restless river without tumult flowing? Or with sure footing climb unto its unlit altitude sublime? What thought can trace the wonders it hath seen? Time, the creator of all that hath been, giver of bounty where was dearth, bringer of miracles to birth. Time, through whose office is the seedling sown, the fruit upgathered, the ripe harvest mown, and beauty made to glorify the earth? Before the land took shape and rose, black and chaotic from the old sea, before the stars their courses chose, before the moon's most ancient memory, time, to earth's vision, veiled in night, appears back of the viewless cycles of the years. The hours, his little children, run lightly upon his errands ever. By sure and swift relays is done his will, disputed never. The while these transient hours infirm measure of mortal things, the destined term. Ah me, the days, the heavy-weighted years, each with its spring and winter, dusk and dawn, the centuries with all their joys, their tears, that came and now so utterly are gone. Gone whither? Whither vanished so? Does broad Orion or does Hesper know? There comes no answer. Are we dupes indeed, offspring of time, by time relentless slain, our purest aspirations dreamed in vain? Ah, no, man's soul indignant doth disdain ignoble vassalage to such a creed, well knowing it is free. Aye, free! For present, past, and future blend the segments of a circle without end, losing themselves in one unborn eternity. North American Review, Florence Earle Coates. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Silence by Edgar Lee Masters. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Bear. I have known the silence of the stars and of the sea, and the silence of the city when it pauses, and the silence of a man and a maid, and the silence for which music alone finds the word, and the silence of the woods before the winds of spring begin, and the silence of the sick when their eyes roam about the room. And I ask, for the depths, of what use is language? A beast of the fields moans a few times when death takes its young, and we are voiceless in the presence of realities. We cannot speak. A curious boy asks an old soldier, sitting in front of the grocery store, "How did you lose your leg?" And the old soldier is struck with silence, or his mind flies away, because he cannot concentrate it on Gettysburg. It comes back jocosely, and he says, "A bear bit it off," and the boy wonders, while the old soldier dumbly, feebly lives over the flashes of guns, the thunder of cannon, the shrieks of the slain, and himself lying on the ground, and the hospital surgeons, the knives, and the long days in bed. But if he could describe it all, he would be an artist. But if he were an artist, there would be deeper wounds, which he could not describe. There is the silence of a great hatred, and the silence of a great love, and the silence of a deep peace of mind, and the silence of an embittered friendship. There is the silence of a spiritual crisis, through which your soul, exquisitely tortured, comes with visions not to be uttered into a realm of higher life, and the silence of the gods, who understand each other without speech. There is the silence of defeat, There is the silence of those unjustly punished, and the silence of the dying whose hand suddenly grips yours. There is the silence between father and son, when the father cannot explain his life, even though he be misunderstood for it. There is the silence that comes between husband and wife. There is the silence of those who have failed, and the vast silence that covers broken nations and vanquished leaders. There is the silence of Lincoln, thinking of the poverty of his youth, and the silence of Napoleon after Waterloo, and the silence of Jeanne d'Arc, saying amid the flames, "Blessed Jesus," revealing in 2 words all sorrow, all hope. And there is the silence of age, too full of wisdom for the tongue to utter it, in words intelligible to those who have not lived the great range of life. And there is the silence of the dead. If we who are in life cannot speak of profound experiences, why do you marvel that the dead do not tell you of death? Their silence shall be interpreted as we approach them. Poetry, a magazine of verse. Edgar Lee Masters. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Madison Cowine by Margaret Steele Anderson. Read for LibriVox.org by Winifred Assman. The wind makes moan, the water runneth chill. I hear the nymphs go crying through the brake, and roaming mournfully from hill to hill, the maenads all are silent for his sake. He loved thy pipe, O wreathed and piping Pan, so placed thou sadly, lone within thine hollow. He was thy blood, if ever mortal man, therefore thou weepest, even thou, Apollo. But oh, the grieving of the little things, above the pipe and lyre, throughout the woods, the beating of 1,000 airy wings, the cry of all the fragile multitudes. The moth flits desolate, the tree-toad calls, telling the sorrow of the elf and fay. The cricket, little harper of the walls, puts up his harp, hath quite forgot to play. And risen on these winter paths anew, the wilding blossoms make a tender sound, the purple weed, the morning glory blue, and all the timid darlings of the ground. Here, here the pain is sharpest, for he walked as one of these, and they knew not of fear, but told him daily happenings and talked their lovely secrets in his listening ear. Yet we do bid them grieve and tell their grief, else were they thankless, else were all untrue. O wind and stream, O bee and bird and leaf, mourn for your poet with a long adieu. Louisville Evening Post, Margaret Steele Anderson. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Bird and the Tree by Radley Torrance. Read for LibriVox.org by Cowther. Blackbird, blackbird in the cage. There is something wrong tonight. Far off the sheriff's footfall dies. The minutes crawl like last year's flies between the bars, and like an age the hours are long tonight. The sky is like a heavy lid out here beyond the door tonight. What is that? A motor down the street. What is that? The sound of yells and feet. For what you didn't do or did, you'll pay the score tonight. No use to reek with redent sweat. No use to whimper and to sweat. They've got the rope, they've got the guns, they've got the courage and the guns. And that's the reason why tonight no use to ask them anymore. They'll fire the answer through the door, you're out to die tonight. There where the lonely crossroad lies, there is no place to make replies. But silence, inch by inch, is there, and the right limb for a lynch is there, and a lindo waits for both your eyes. Blackbird. Perhaps you'll meet again someplace. Look for the mask upon the face. That's the way you'll know them there a white mask to hide the face. And you can halt and show them there the things that they are deaf to know. And they can't tell you what they meant to wash the blood with blood. But how if you are innocent? Blackbird singer, blackbird mute, they choked the seed you might have found. Out of a thorny field you go, for you it may be better so, and leave the sowers of the ground to eat the harvest of the fruit. Blackbird. Poetry, a magazine of verse. Radley Torrance. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Interlude by William Griffith. Read for LibriVox.org by Addison Cooper. Since yesterday has been no word, nor voice of anything to thrill the forest, and no bird has any heart to sing. Since yesterday has been no track of Pan, nor any power to lure the gypsy summer back and fool a single flower. Poetry, a magazine of verse. William Griffith. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Spring Song by William Griffith. Read for LibriVox.org by Agnes Robert Bear. Softly at dawn a whisper stole down from the greenhouse on the hill, enchanting many a ghostly bowl in wood song with the ancient thrill. Gossiping on the countryside, spring and the wandering breezes say, God has thrown heaven open wide, and let the thrushes out today. Poetry, a magazine of verse. William Griffith. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Cassandra by Edwin Arlington Robinson. Read for LibriVox.org by Ronald Gardella. I heard one who said, Verily, what word have I for children here? Your dollar is your only word, the wrath of it your only fear. You build it altars tall enough to make you see, but you are blind. You cannot leave it long enough to look before you or behind. When reason beckons you to pause, you laugh and say that you know best, but what it is you know, you keep as dark as ingots in a chest. You laugh and answer, we are young. Oh, leave us now and let us grow, not asking how much more of this will time endure or fate bestow. Because a few complacent years have made your peril of your pride, think you that you are to go on, forever pampered and untried. What lost eclipse of history, what bivouac of the marching stars has given the sign for you to see millenniums and last great wars? What unrecorded overthrow of all the world has ever known or ever been has made itself so plain to you and you alone? Your dollar, dove, and eagle make a trinity that even you rate higher than you rate yourselves. It pays, it flatters, and it's new. And though your very flesh and blood be what the eagle eats and drinks, you'll praise him for the best of birds, not knowing what the eagle thinks. The power is yours, but not the sight. You see not upon what you tread. You have the ages for your guide, but not the wisdom to be led. Think you to tread forever down the merciless old verities? And are you never to have eyes to see the world for what it is? Are you to pay for what you have with all you are? No other word we caught, but with a laughing crowd moved on. None heeded and few heard. Boston Transcript, Edwin Arlington Robinson. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.